Bueno, hola a todos. Empezamos nuestro segundo día de Congreso. Muchas gracias a todos los que nos han acompañado. La asistencia ayer fue absolutamente buena y los paneles y las intervenciones fueron maravillosos. Y hoy no podemos empezar de una mejor forma. Nos acompaña como keynote speaker una persona a la que le tengo un gran aprecio, Ana María Duque, Chair para Shell, para Colombia, Centroamérica y el Caribe hispano. Y el tema de esta charla, que va a ser un poco, yo haciéndole algunas preguntas a Ana, yo creo que no puede ser más interesante, porque tiene que ver con los grandes retos que a nivel climático tiene el planeta y particularmente Colombia. Pero por supuesto, como el mundo no es binario, visto al mismo tiempo desde la perspectiva de los grandes retos energéticos que tiene el planeta y particularmente Colombia. Esto en un momento en el cual, como ha salido en los medios, pues Shell decidió invertirle y creerle a Colombia para el desarrollo de un proyecto de gas supremamente interesante. Entonces yo creo que no estamos con una persona más adecuada para conversar sobre lo que tiene que ver con la transición energética en Colombia, pero por supuesto pensando mucho en el gas y que nos permita contextualizar, darle forma y darle fundamento pues a las grandes discusiones energéticas y ambientales que por supuesto existen hoy en día en nuestro país y que además van a seguir estando presentes pues muchísimo en los años a venir. Ana María, qué gusto verte, ¿cómo has estado?
Hola Andrés, todavía aprendiendo a manejar el mute. Muy bien, muchas gracias. Muy contenta de estar acá contigo, con todos ustedes. Sé que ahí detrás de esas pantallas tan impersonales también hay grandes amigos que me han estado escribiendo, que hacen parte de la organización. Así que encantada de conversar esta mañana contigo, de que hablemos de, como tú dices, un tema tan importante, no solamente obviamente para compañías como la mía, sino creo yo que para todos los humanos que habitamos este planeta, un tema de la mayor importancia y es cómo combatimos unidos y cómo enfrentamos ese gran reto que tenemos ahorita, que es el cambio climático, a partir de los esfuerzos y las responsabilidades que cada uno tenemos. Así que súper contenta, encantada. Tengo acá mi café porque era un cafecito medio entrevista, medio conversación, así que no, feliz
Fue
de
igual.
contarles un poco en qué estamos y obviamente también oír las perspectivas y las preguntas que ustedes tengan sobre este asunto.
Perfecto, perfecto, Ana. Bueno, yo creo que lo más interesante, o lo que me gustaría empezar a entender, digamos, a que este gremio de tributaristas, pues sigamos pensando y sigamos entendiendo es el rol del gas natural, ¿no? Entonces, en un momento en que las emisiones pues están, digamos, eh, en el ojo de todo el mundo y tratando de generar otro tipo de energías, pareciera que el gas natural tiene un rol muy especial y el proyecto que ustedes van a desarrollar tiene que ver con gas natural. Entonces, mi pregunta tal vez sería, cuéntanos por qué el gas natural es un aliado estratégico en la transición a energías más limpias y a la descarbonización. ¿Por qué el gas natural es tan interesante?
Pues Andrés, yo creo que toda esta conversación de obviamente el rol del gas natural y el proceso en el que estamos obviamente buscando, como tú lo mencionabas, mecanismos para traer energías más limpias y para descarbonizar cada vez más la matriz energética, pues yo creo que hay que ponerla un poco en el contexto de que es del crecimiento de la población y el aumento y la demanda de energía a nivel mundial. Y yo creo que todos los que estamos acá conectados hoy nos dimos cuenta con más claridad los últimos 18 meses que hemos tenido que trabajar desde las casas, que hemos tenido que depender tanto de tener energía confiable, energía constante para poder iluminar los hogares, para poder mantener los hospitales prendidos, nuestras casas, inclusive nuestras oficinas, pues el papel tan importante y fundamental que tiene realmente la energía en la calidad y en el bienestar humano. Y esa situación o ese rol protagónico de la energía, pues en vez de hacerse más pequeño, pues cada vez se hace más predominante. Y también el reto justamente de poder traer energías mucho más limpias, pero manteniendo su confiabilidad y su accesibilidad para todos. Estábamos conversando el otro día con unas personas de la Organización Internacional de Energía y nos decían que más o menos para el 2030 ellos estiman que la población mundial va a crecer en 1 billón de personas. Y no solamente va a crecer en 1 billón, sino que además se van a concentrar mucho más en las ciudades y eso inevitablemente va a implicar un aumento en la demanda de energía. Las estimaciones, números grandes, dicen que para el 2060, 2070 vamos a tener el doble de la demanda de energía que tenemos el día de hoy. Entonces, si uno ve esos números y ese panorama, digamos, de aumento de la energía, pues evidentemente se pregunta, ¿cómo voy a asegurar, cómo voy a cumplir dos metas? Suministrar energía suficiente, confiable y limpia para todos los que la necesiten y para poder mantener, digamos, funcionando el mundo y mantener el crecimiento económico y la calidad de las vidas de todas las personas. ¿Cómo mantenemos, digamos, cómo impulsamos los hogares, cómo mantenemos las sociedades, pero en el camino también cómo logramos esta meta que, por ejemplo, Colombia anunció con mucho entusiasmo ahorita en la reunión de COP y fue ser carbono neutral para el 2050. Lo mismo que compañías como la mía, y estoy segura que muchas de las compañías que ustedes asesoran, e inclusive seguramente habrá unos esfuerzos a nivel de las firmas, pues todos tenemos un poco esa necesidad de ponernos algunas metas en materia de emisiones, pero en paralelo lograr mantener un consumo y una oferta de energía confiable. Y yo creo que en ese escenario de descarbonización, en ese escenario de energías más limpias, pues el gas natural juega un papel fundamental. Y juega un papel fundamental primero porque el gas natural es un energético más eficiente cuando los comparas con otros energéticos para producción de energía. Es un energético muy eficiente, por ejemplo, para industrias, para el sector de transporte, que es un sector que más o menos, decimos que es más o menos el 28 al 30% de la demanda energética mundial está en el sector de transporte y es un sector que, pues los que tenemos el privilegio de a veces la pesadilla de vivir en Bogotá, vemos efectivamente los efectos del sistema de transporte y de la calidad del sistema de transporte en materia de calidad del aire y demás. Entonces el gas natural es bastante flexible, es más eficiente, pero además en materia de generación de efectos de invernadero, Andrés, por ejemplo, estamos hablando que entre el 45 y el 55% tiene menos de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero que el carbón, por ejemplo. Y eso nos da, digamos, una perspectiva de cómo podemos hacer lo que nosotros hemos llamado en Shell elecciones inteligentes de energía. Y es como yo, por ejemplo, para generación eléctrica, y nosotros creemos ahí que la electrificación, por ejemplo, es uno de los caminos claves para la descarbonización de la matriz energética y para poder combatir el cambio climático. Cuando hablamos de electrificación, la pregunta importante es cuál es la fuente que utilizo para eso, ¿sí? Y si vemos, por ejemplo, estos números de los que estábamos hablando ahorita, de cómo entre 45 y 55% menos de gases de efecto invernadero se producen al generar electricidad con gas, pues vemos que hay opciones sobre la mesa y que hay, digamos, una obligación, una necesidad de perseguir esas opciones. Pero adicionalmente, si vemos un poco el contexto de Colombia, vemos que este gobierno en particular, y seguramente esperamos que sea una tendencia que continúe, ha hecho un esfuerzo grande por incluir en la matriz energética los renovables. Los renovables cuando hablamos de producción de viento, de producción a través de paneles solares, y efectivamente eso es una excelente solución energética. Sin embargo, no es para nadie una mentira que también los renovables necesitan confiabilidad, al igual que los renovables tradicionales como el hidro, que es una de las fuentes principales de generación eléctrica en Colombia. Entonces, el gas por sí mismo es un energético más eficiente, que en algunos sectores es la solución que nos va a permitir precisamente hacer esa transición, pero también se convierte en un aliado estratégico para ejercicios como las renovables y para poder asegurar también la confiabilidad de la matriz energética en países como el nuestro que confían tanto en la generación a partir del agua. Entonces, en ese contexto, por supuesto, tratar de incluir más gas natural en la matriz energética, gas obviamente producido con los más altos estándares, gas producido con las mejores prácticas operacionales en materia precisamente de producción de gases de efecto invernadero en general, pues es un poco el reto y la apuesta que tiene Colombia, Shell ahorita en Colombia. Y ahí es muy importante el proyecto que tú mencionabas que tenemos nosotros acá. Entonces, en términos generales, sin extenderme mucho más, es eso. Es complemento de la matriz actual, es un energético mucho más eficiente y mucho más limpio versus otros en materia de gases de efecto invernadero. Creo que estás en mute.
Me pasa todavía 6 o 7 veces al día. En ese contexto, entiendo además, pues, que además del punto, por supuesto, que el gas es el aliado necesario en la transición energética y eso se está viendo en Europa y en Estados Unidos y digamos, probablemente desde un punto de vista práctico tiene que entenderse así. La pregunta que te haría es, bueno, yo además entiendo que Colombia tiene retos en seguridad energética, ¿no? Entonces, digamos, además de lo que ustedes están haciendo y de la explotación de gas en el contexto de la transición energética, ¿cómo está, digamos, esto concatenado con la seguridad energética que tiene Colombia? Todos hemos leído y pensado temas apocalípticos, como que Colombia se queda sin gas, que va a tocar importar, el efecto de eso en la balanza comercial, etcétera, etcétera. Me gustaría, yo creo que para este foro es bien interesante que nos converses un poquito de eso.
Sí, yo creo que tradicionalmente hemos vivido un poco con esos titulares en los periódicos, ¿no? Tenemos 7 años de gas, 6 años de petróleo, y bueno, depende del año y depende del medio, pero oscila entre un panorama en todo caso donde tenemos unos números limitados de años de reservas de estos hidrocarburos que son tan importantes, como tú decías, para la seguridad energética del país. Las últimas estimaciones, y de nuevo, esto varía un poco de quién lo haga, pero las últimas estimaciones dicen que más o menos para el año 2026, 2027, si nada extraordinario ocurre, y cuando me refiero a nada extraordinario ocurre, quiere decir si no hay nuevas fuentes de producción de gas costa adentro o costa afuera, pues Colombia se va a enfrentar a una situación muy compleja y es un desbalance entre la oferta y la demanda. Esto porque, por un lado, pues Colombia ha aumentado el consumo de gas natural progresivamente en los últimos años, de un lado impulsado, por supuesto, por esta tendencia mundial de la transición energética. Lo mencionaba ahorita, el 70% de nuestra matriz de generación eléctrica está basada en hidroeléctrica, en generación con base en agua, y pues creo que también hemos visto los retos que ha tenido eso desde muchas perspectivas. Y siempre, digamos, la generación con ese tipo de energías pues requiere algún tipo de lo que llamamos de backup, ¿no? De energía que permita garantizar que cuando yo prendo la luz, si tengo un fenómeno del niño, un fenómeno de la niña, o sea, alguna situación de esa naturaleza, pues yo en todo caso voy a tener luz fluyendo por el grid. En ese contexto, digamos que buscar alternativas para garantizar ese supply de gas natural en el país, pues es fundamental, porque pues esas estimaciones del 2026-2027, pues no toman en cuenta, digamos, una proyección de la demanda actual, pero probablemente no están considerando, con todas estas conversaciones que hubo ahorita en Glasgow, con todo esto que estamos hablando del rol del gas natural, también un incremento significativo en el consumo de gas natural. Para que te des una idea, Andrés, hoy, y ese es un dato que a mí personalmente me parece un poco impresionante, más o menos 1.5 millones de familias en Colombia todavía cocinan con leña. ¿Sí? Eso es un asunto que tiene unos impactos inmensos, obviamente en la productividad, pero sobre todo en la calidad de vida de las personas que tienen que estar expuestas a lo que significa cocinar con leña. El 32% más o menos de los hogares todavía no tienen acceso a gas natural. Entonces hay un reto, digamos, importante donde nosotros vemos una posibilidad de crecimiento del gas natural. Sin embargo, hay que garantizar tener el energético para ofrecer soluciones sostenibles y confiables en ese sentido. Y ahí es donde nosotros vemos el proyecto que estamos desarrollando como un elemento importante para contribuir precisamente a la seguridad energética del país y poder asegurar que tengamos una matriz de oferta y demanda de gas natural que nos permita no solamente continuar con la tendencia de consumo, sino aumentarla para precisamente poder entrar a reemplazar algunos energéticos que son menos eficientes, que son menos limpios, en sectores como la industria, mencioné ahorita el transporte, pero para ello ahí sí es como dice un poco la historia del huevo o la gallina, necesito tener el gas natural. Los industriales nos dicen, yo necesito tener la seguridad o algún tipo de certeza de que va a tener gas natural para poder hacer las inversiones que implica, por ejemplo, convertirme como industria a gas natural. Entonces, en ese contexto, nuestro proyecto, un par de cosas sobre él. El primero es un proyecto que todavía está en etapa exploratoria. ¿Qué significa eso? Ustedes probablemente han visto en las noticias, nosotros esperamos al primer trimestre del año que viene, si todo sale bien, poder tener la perforación de lo que llamamos un pozo delimitador, que es básicamente un pozo que nos va a permitir tener alguna claridad en la calidad del reservorio, en la calidad de la geología de la zona donde estamos nosotros perforando, porque no podemos olvidar, Andrés, que Colombia y particularmente el offshore colombiano es lo que llaman tradicionalmente en el sector de oil and gas una cuenca frontera, ¿no? Es una cuenca todavía inexplorada o subexplorada, donde hay muchísima incertidumbre técnica y comercial sobre la calidad de esa cuenca. Entonces estamos en una etapa exploratoria donde vamos a perforar este pozo. Yo tengo un problema de positivismo extremo, entonces yo pienso, me gusta pensar en el escenario positivo donde la geología nos sea amistosa y podamos tener efectivamente un reservorio de una calidad y con una cantidad de reservas suficientes para poder ser desarrolladas. Pero hay otro elemento importante en el proyecto en Colombia, Andrés, y es obviamente el gas necesita ser un gas monetizable. Es un gas que tiene que poder llegar a sus usuarios o a los potenciales consumidores que lo necesitan. Y ahí hay varios retos regulatorios que estamos trabajando con el gobierno. El gobierno es consciente de eso y ha estado muy abierto a empezar a avanzar en eso. Pero digamos que mi mensaje es, estamos muy entusiasmados con el proyecto, le vemos un potencial importante, pero todavía falta avanzar en materia técnica, hacer esta perforación del pozo delimitador y seguir avanzando en asegurar que el mercado que va a capturar ese gas es un mercado competitivo que permite comercializar el gas y hacerlo llegar a sus usuarios finales. Pero es un proyecto que, como te digo, creo que es muy interesante, que puede ayudar a disminuir esa, o por lo menos a posponer un poco la brecha entre la oferta y la demanda un buen par de años y darnos la tranquilidad de que tengamos gas producido en Colombia que va a suplir la demanda nacional y que además va a tener una serie de ventajas y beneficios asociados a la producción de este tipo de hidrocarburos, empleos y obviamente todo lo relacionado con lo que hemos llamado en términos muy generales el government take. Creo que estás en mute.
Otra vez, en ese sentido, eh, una pregunta que es muy de la entraña de este foro, porque por supuesto un proyecto de exploración y de explotación offshore, o dos preguntas más bien te voy a unir ahí, eh, pues requiere inversiones importantes, un retorno, digamos, por supuesto somos totalmente optimistas, pero con su tema de reto, con su tema aleatorio, como siempre. Y además, pues es un proyecto de largo aliento, ¿no? De largo alcance. En ese sentido, te tengo que preguntar, pues primero, como abogados, contadores, todos los que estamos acá, pues la seguridad jurídica es fundamental para un proyecto como estos, pues cómo es o qué tan importante es la seguridad jurídica y cómo es, digamos, para el desarrollo de estos proyectos a Colombia en materia de seguridad jurídica y también, digamos, cómo ves a Colombia, parece que se relaciona en materia de competitividad, ¿no? Están las zonas francas offshore, hay unos mecanismos importantes para un proyecto, digamos, de largo aliento, pero también está la parte regulatoria, la parte técnica. Yo, por ejemplo, sé que México para esa revolución, digamos, en exploración de hidrocarburos que tuvo, pues pensó muchísimo en hacerse competitivo, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, esos dos temas, Ana, seguridad jurídica y competitividad, y si se quiere, competitividad jurídica de Colombia para este tipo de proyectos.
Sí, yo creo que, como hablábamos hace un rato, estos proyectos son de altísimo riesgo e incertidumbre. Para darles una idea, cuencas como la de Colombia, cuenca frontera, que es como les decía que la llamamos nosotros en el negocio de hidrocarburos, tú tienes un éxito exploratorio de 1 en 10. Es decir, de cada 10 proyectos, entre 1 y 2 son exitosos. Eso significa que cuando puede que tengas una alta recompensa, pues estás haciendo unas inversiones con un alto nivel de riesgo, sobre todo en etapas exploratorias como esta. Eso significa que los gobiernos, y ahí tú lo decías, la labor, por ejemplo, del gremio que ustedes representan es fundamental en entender justamente el impacto económico que los diferentes elementos de lo que hemos llamado el government take pueden tener en el éxito o no de un proyecto de estos. ¿A qué me refiero? Si estamos en una etapa exploratoria, como es el caso de Colombia, el tipo de incentivos y el tipo de estructuración del government take debe variar a como estamos mirando en cuencas más maduras de producción, como por ejemplo el Golfo de México. ¿Por qué? Porque obviamente cuando tú ves estos proyectos, que como tú decías son proyectos de 30, 40 años en un escenario de producción, pues tú tienes que entender muy bien el ciclo del proyecto y ver las sensibilidades de ciertos elementos del government take que pueden tener mucho más impacto dependiendo si estás en una etapa de exploración o en una etapa de producción. Dicho lo anterior, cuando yo llegué a Shell, que fue hace 8 años, que para mí es una eternidad, pero en tiempos de Shell soy una pre-kinder, eh, digamos que el escenario de Colombia offshore era muy diferente al que hay hoy. Y eso yo creo que hay que reconocerle al gobierno y a los gobiernos nacionales de los últimos 8 años que tuvieron la visión de entender, digamos, la necesidad justamente de hacer cambios estructurales para atraer la inversión y para hacer a Colombia competitiva en el escenario del offshore a nivel mundial. Porque una cosa que es importante entender, obviamente, es que Colombia en el escenario de los hidrocarburos y en el escenario de este tipo de proyectos compites con otros países, ¿sí? Compite con los recursos limitados que tienen compañías como la mía y otras compañías a nivel mundial para desarrollar este tipo de proyectos. ¿Dónde decido invertir a un riesgo tan alto como el que mencionaba estas grandes cantidades de dinero para poder buscar y viabilizar? Y ahí las condiciones que te ofrezca los países pues son muy importantes en esa, digamos, competencia por recursos para desarrollar los proyectos. Entonces yo creo que Colombia ha cambiado significativamente. Cuando yo llegué hace un poco más de 8 años, el government take para este tipo de proyectos era supremamente alto. Estábamos hablando de government takes de por encima del 90%, lo cual naturalmente es bastante poco competitivo y pues desestimula la inversión. Sin embargo, en un proceso de transformación y de comprensión del ciclo del proyecto, de los incentivos correctos y entender un poco a Colombia en el contexto internacional, pues el gobierno hizo varios cambios y hizo unos avances importantes. Y yo creo que desde el punto de vista del government take, ya podríamos decir que Colombia es competitivo. Siempre hay posibilidades de hacer ajustes y obviamente los temas tributarios pues son temas que hay que mirar permanentemente para asegurarnos que nuestros cálculos del government take son adecuados. Pero yo creo que hay unos avances importantes. Tú mencionaste un tema fundamental en el que precisamente tú nos has ayudado mucho desde el DLA, que es el tema de las zonas francas offshore, un elemento crítico y fundamental para el éxito de este tipo de proyectos, sobre todo para estimular una actividad exploratoria importante en este tipo de cuenca. Hubo también transformaciones importantes en el contrato. Hubo un cambio de la minuta del contrato offshore que se anunció hace un par de años, donde la Agencia Nacional de Hidrocarburos se sentó con las compañías, invitó a gobiernos extranjeros y trató de mirar cuál era el estado del arte en materia contractual para este tipo de proyectos. Y yo creo que también nuestra minuta offshore, nada es perfecto, pero tuvo cambios fundamentales que yo creo que se tienen que mantener en el tiempo. Temas, te voy a mencionar algunos importantes, por ejemplo, flexibilidad para los programas de evaluación técnica, eso es súper importante, entendiendo la cantidad y la magnitud de estos proyectos, los temas de arbitramiento internacional que son tan importantes para inversiones de esta naturaleza. Entonces yo creo que hemos progresado adecuadamente. Sin embargo, eso es una competencia por recursos. Entonces es lo que nosotros llamamos un evergreen process. Siempre toca estar mirando cómo podemos seguir mejorando y cuál es el estado, digamos, de competencia de recursos a nivel internacional. Entonces, creemos que hemos avanzado, creemos que Colombia es un país interesante, por eso Shell decidió regresar como operador el año pasado, invertir en estos proyectos, pero creemos que hay mucho por hacer todavía, sobre todo en materia de comercialización y transporte de gas natural, donde sí vemos que hay unos retos importantes que disminuyen la competitividad del gas natural frente a otros energéticos.
Ana, pues yo creo que tu reflexión es buenísima, sobre todo en un contexto en el que pensamos que todo lo que hace Colombia o lo que pasa acá es malo, ¿no? Entonces es un buen ejemplo de cómo hay cosas que se hacen bien y funcionan. Una pregunta Se nos agota desafortunadamente el tiempo, pero no quiero dejar de hacerte dos preguntas y las voy a unir porque creo que se relacionan, aunque parezca raro. Mentira, todavía no estamos tan mal de tiempo, estoy mirando acá. Entonces, mira, una pregunta que te quería hacer era, una empresa como ustedes, tradicionalmente una empresa de exploración y explotación de hidrocarburos con una historia tan larga, que hay libros, ¿no? De lo que ha sido Shell en el mundo, etcétera, etcétera. eh, ¿Cómo se visualiza a sí misma en el contexto de los retos propios del cambio climático? ¿Cómo se reinventa? ¿Cómo se percibe? Eso me parece que es supremamente interesante si nos compartes un par de ideas.
Sí, no, totalmente. Como te decía, yo creo, estoy convencida que atacar o luchar contra el cambio climático es probablemente el reto que tenemos como sociedad más importante ahorita, porque tiene impactos de toda naturaleza en la calidad de la vida de las personas, en algunos lugares del mundo en la posibilidad de sobrevivir o no, pero también en términos de competitividad, etcétera, etcétera. Y yo creo que ese reto que tenemos es un reto que implica una labor articulada de al menos tres sectores fundamentales. Por un lado, por supuesto, la industria, y en las industrias en general, pero la industria energética, como es el caso de Shell, en poder avanzar, en poder construir mejores prácticas, en tener mejores estándares operacionales, en buscar fuentes mucho más limpias de energía para poder mantener, digamos, el suministro de energía a todos los hogares. Los gobiernos, lo vimos ahorita en Glasgow, creo que los gobiernos tienen también un reto fundamental en poner los incentivos y las decisiones de política pública correctas precisamente para encaminar una transformación de la matriz energética, una descarbonización de la matriz energética, entendiendo en todo caso que hay un factor de competitividad que se tiene que tener siempre presente y que tú tienes que poder, obviamente, suministrar energía más limpia, pero también más confiable. Y la tercera pata, igual y supremamente importante, somos los consumidores. Y ahí me incluyo yo también como consumidor. Y es como también nosotros como sociedad y como consumidores estamos cambiando un poco los patrones de consumo y estamos también tomando unas decisiones alrededor de la energía mucho más inteligentes. Y en ese contexto, digamos que Shell tiene una visión muy clara y es Shell, más allá de una compañía de oil and gas, hoy es una compañía de energía. Nuestra intención es, estamos visualizándonos al 2030, 2040 como ser la compañía de energía más grande a nivel mundial, porque sí creemos que uno de los caminos que se han identificado que pueden ayudar precisamente a ese ejercicio de descarbonización es la electrificación. Y cuando hablamos de la electrificación es, por ejemplo, movernos a modelos donde los automóviles de carga, inclusive los automóviles personales, ya son o andan con energía eléctrica y no con otro tipo de hidrocarburos, para darte un ejemplo. Soluciones como, por ejemplo, en algunas partes donde no hay interconexión con el sistema de transmisión, soluciones como eólicas, soluciones como energía solar, pues son muy importantes. Entonces nosotros nos estamos visualizando como como una compañía de energía, donde nuestro propósito es traer soluciones energéticas confiables y sostenibles para cada una de las ciudades, países, comunidades. Y en ese contexto, pues tuvimos que hacer una transformación profunda que pasó por nuestra estrategia. Justamente en febrero de este año lanzamos nuestra nueva estrategia que se llama Impulsando el Progreso, Powering Progress, y que tiene elementos de diferentes naturalezas que justamente contribuyen a la meta principal, que es ser carbono neutral para el 2050 y mantener obviamente un negocio de energía sostenible y confiable. Y ahí tenemos varias, digamos, tenemos unas metas y unos propósitos, unos targets muy claros que nos permiten, sí, claro, ver el 2050 como una meta, pero en el camino ir haciendo transformaciones profundas, transformaciones a nivel de portafolio, transformaciones a nivel del peso que tiene un hidrocarburo frente a otro en lo que es la producción general de la compañía, y también el crear una nueva línea de negocios que se llama Nuevas Energías. Y en esa línea de negocios de Nuevas Energías, pues obviamente tenemos toda la parte de renovables, pero también tenemos un elemento fundamental que creemos que va a jugar un papel o un rol clave en todo el proceso de descarbonización y de transición energética, que es lo que nosotros llamamos las soluciones basadas en naturaleza. que son básicamente proyectos de conservación o de reforestación que nos permiten hacer lo que llamamos captura de carbono y que permiten efectivamente en el contexto internacional y nacional pues un poco compensar las emisiones que se producen en otro tipo de actividades. Entonces acá nos toca ser supremamente creativos, creo que el reto de Shell es ser creativos a nivel de la tecnología, a nivel de cómo nos relacionamos con los gobiernos, con las comunidades, con los consumidores, para crear precisamente un caso donde a través de diferentes asuntos de mejores tecnologías, de energías más limpias, de mejores estándares de producción, pero también de proyectos de soluciones basadas en naturaleza, podemos contribuir precisamente a esa meta de descarbonizar y ojalá pueda ser carbono neutral como compañía y como sociedad, en el caso de Colombia como país.
Y esos proyectos de captura de carbono en Colombia, ¿cómo los ves? ¿Qué cara tienen?
Pues estamos obviamente, es muy interesante porque a mí me parece particularmente o personalmente muy interesante, es una nueva línea de negocio. Yo creo que por la geografía que estamos bastante bendecidos en ese sentido en América Latina en general y en Colombia, pues hay muchas posibilidades de desarrollar este tipo de proyectos. Obviamente hay retos regulatorios, estamos precisamente con el gobierno y con los gobiernos de no solo América Latina, sino en general, acordando y definiendo un poco cuál sería el marco regulatorio para incentivar, uno, que esos proyectos se puedan desarrollar, porque son proyectos también de largo plazo, estamos hablando de 20, 30, donde tendremos que hacer obviamente actividades en zonas con comunidades, en zonas ambientalmente sensibles, pero también tenemos que asegurar que la calidad de los bonos tiene unos estándares, digamos, adecuados y obviamente también una regulación que permita o facilite la, digamos, la mercabilidad de esos bonos en el mercado internacional o la transaccionabilidad, se me fue la palabra en español, pero la posibilidad de transar y de vender esos bonos en el mercado internacional. Entonces estamos, yo creo que en unas etapas iniciales. Sin embargo, también la respuesta del gobierno de Colombia en estos temas ha sido positiva. Tienen la intención, y ahorita en Glasgow hubo muchas discusiones sobre este tipo de proyectos de soluciones basadas en naturaleza, y yo creo que estamos en una oportunidad importante para hacer de América Latina y de Colombia una zona pionera en el desarrollo de este tipo de proyectos, y yo creo que eso puede tener unos beneficios enormes para el país, a nivel obviamente de mejoras en las condiciones de calidad del aire y de gases de efecto invernadero, pero también creo que se puede generar una oportunidad de negocio con empleos y con mejora de la calidad de vida de las comunidades a través de este tipo de proyectos.
Pues Ana, no me queda sino agradecerte la generosidad con tus ideas, con tu tiempo.
¿No
De
a
verdad
ti?
que qué maravilla empezar el día con estas reflexiones tan importantes en materia de transición energética, de seguridad energética, en materia de seguridad jurídica. Hemos podido reflexionar sobre lo que Colombia está haciendo, lo que se necesita para avanzar. Hemos visto en esta charla temas, digamos, desde el punto de vista práctico, pero sobre todo temas que tienen que ver con la vida de todos nosotros y yo creo que con el futuro de nuestro país. Entonces, mil y mil gracias y de verdad que de parte de IFA y de parte personal, pues como te digo, muy agradecidos.
A ti muchas gracias por la invitación y espero que tengan un resto de día muy provechoso estoy segura que discusiones y conversaciones muy importantes para el desarrollo del país, ¿no? Y para la viabilidad de los negocios en el país. Así que muchas gracias por invitarme y un abrazo para todos.
Un abrazo, Ana, que estés muy bien.
También.
seguimos el segundo día del Congreso. Muchas gracias a toda la cantidad de gente que está participando y tenemos ahora un panel de lujo sobre un tema que es de todo el interés en la actualidad. Y contamos con una suerte enorme de tener a varios expertos internacionales que llevan un buen tiempo pensando en este tema, que están, digamos, haciendo publicaciones muy prácticas. Ya Mónica nos va a contar de eso. Eh, Sobre un tema que es pues absolutamente actual y absolutamente importante, que es la tributación de las criptomonedas. Hi, Mónica. Hi, everyone. I was telling all the attendees what a big privilege is to have you here and how much have you worked lately in this amazing subject. So let me start by introducing our chair, Mónica Reyes, a very good friend of IFA in Colombia. Let me also introduce Pepin Pinsky from Loyens and Louvre, Gian Gualberto Morghini from Chiomenti in Italia, Ricardo León de Sánchez de Bani y Jorge López de Sánchez de Bani, Jack Bernstein and Sam Mayford from Erdem Berlis in Canada. We also have Daniel de Bubu Radu, sorry for my terrible pronunciation in some of the names, from Cuatro Casas in Portugal, and also Mr. Asim Shawia from ASC Legal from India. Monica, please correct my pronunciation while the panel takes place because it has been terrible. So as I was saying, it's a great privilege to have you guys here. And panel, and Monica, the panel is yours. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Andres. Good morning. I want to start by thanking the Colombian chapter of the International Fiscal Association and its president, Mr. Andres Gonzalez, for inviting me to organize a panel on taxation of crypto assets. And I also want to thank my colleagues who agreed to participate and who will no doubt add very interesting information on this topic. In order to fit the presentation we have prepared into the 2 hours we have been allowed, we will be supervising the duration of each of the speeches and interrupting you should the need arise. We apologize upfront in advance. The speakers in this panel have all participated in the preparation of the book on taxation of crypto assets that was recently published by Walters Klugler. Both Jack Bernstein and Niklas Schmidt were co-editors in that publication. Andres has already gone through the names of the participants. I am really, grateful to all of them for taking the time to be here. The agenda this morning refers to, or this afternoon for some of us, refers to or starts with the definition of crypto assets and the characterization of those assets, the reference to the current debate on whether those crypto assets classify or qualify as commodities or securities, and goes to all the tax issues arising from payments with crypto assets for goods and services and payments for wages. We will refer to the taxation of payments in kind, specifically with reference to value-added tax in each of the cases, and to the problematic related to the fact that value-added tax may be payable both by vendor and payor in the case of the coins. We will include an introduction to decentralized finance and go on with staking and mining and the guidelines to treat those transactions on the double taxation treaties. Initial coin offerings and STOs and IOs, the definition, the general treatment, and recent developments will also be included in our presentation, which will conclude with a first approach to the taxation of gift or the application of gift and inheritance taxes on transfers of crypto assets. We will have our colleagues from Mexico, Ricardo León and Jorge Lopez from Sanchez de Bani, introduce this subject to us.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you for arranging this panel, and thank you, the Colombian chapter of IFA. As you mentioned, as a starting point to analyze this complex and interesting issue, we should first stop 1 minute and question us what is a crypto asset. What are we talking when we refer to crypto assets? If we log into internet, we will find a lot of definitions. For purposes of this presentation, we're using a definition from Quantify, and it basically says that a crypto asset is a digital asset that uses cryptographic techniques to generate a medium of exchange of financial transactions. So basically, a crypto asset is nothing else but a code. It is not the representation of an underlying asset. It is the asset per se. So basically, we're talking here about some intangible property. One additional clarification that is important to note is that typically when we heard the term crypto asset, we typically think about cryptocurrency, which of course it is the most common or most popular type of crypto asset, but it is not the only type of crypto asset. We can have some other different types, just like utility coins, security tokens, and recently I was shocked by the fact that you can buy crypto-based art. So the variety of crypto assets that you can find outside is impressive. Now that we know a little bit of what is a crypto asset, that we know that it is basically a code and that that code has a value per se, it is also very important to raise the question of what is the character for legal and tax purposes of those crypto assets. And the question is very relevant because depending of the character and or the nature that this crypto asset might have, the treatment for legal and tax purposes might change. Just to give you an example, there is an important discussion, and we will see from the perspective from different countries, but there is an important discussion of how the laws should treat crypto assets. For example, should we treat them as money and give a tax treatment just like a foreign currency, for example? Is that a security? Is that a commodity? Depending on the answer that we give to this question, the treatment for both legal, regulatory, and tax perspective might change. From the Mexican perspective, this question was raised like 2 years ago, and the Mexican Congress enacted the fintech law, through which it regulated the character and the nature for crypto assets. And basically, they come out with a brilliant idea, giving a specific and special nature. It is nothing, there is nothing like cryptocurrency for Mexican purposes. They are defined as virtual assets. That definition says more about what is not rather than what is a crypto asset. So basically from this definition, we can deduct that for Mexican purposes, both tax and legal, a cryptocurrency or a crypto asset, it is not a coin, it is not a security, and it is not a commodity. It has its special nature for regulatory purposes. Now, for tax purposes, what is a crypto asset according to Mexican law? And the first thing that we need to highlight is that there are no specific tax regulations addressing the treatment or sorry, the treatment for cryptocurrencies or transactions dealing with cryptocurrencies. Therefore, for Mexican tax purposes, we should consider and we should treat it as an intangible asset. And that means that for purposes of determining which is the applicable tax treatment for cryptocurrencies holding or dealing with those types of assets, we should apply the general principles of taxation, given that there is a lack of regulation from a tax perspective. So I don't know, Ricardo, if you want to add something in connection with this general idea of what is a cryptocurrency from a regulatory and a tax perspective.
I think that for the sake of time, we'd rather spare any additional comment. I think we're covered.
Okay, so Gianjo Alberto, will you give us the Italian legal framework?
Yes.
With regards to this characterization of crypto assets?
Yes, the Italian laws do not provide any specific provision relating to crypto asset, neither for tax or civil law purposes. And the only definition of cryptocurrency is provided by the Italian anti-money laundering legislation that derives from the European Union directives. According to this definition, the cryptocurrencies is the digital representation of value, and such cryptocurrencies are not, of course, issued or guaranteed by any authorities or central banks, and can be used as a means of exchange for the purchase of goods or services or for investment purposes. As you can note, there is no a tax definition, and this definition is not useful to determine the tax regime applicable to cryptocurrencies. And so, in the absence of a specific tax regime applicable in Italy to cryptocurrencies, is necessary to make reference to the replies to ruling requests issued by the Italian tax authorities in the past years. According to the interpretation provided by the Italian tax authorities, the cryptocurrencies are assimilated, are akin to foreign fiat currencies, so like US dollars or UK sterlings. And so as a result, the cryptocurrencies are subject to the same tax regime that apply to foreign fiat currencies for both direct and indirect tax purposes. So an individual that holds a wallet of Bitcoin or Cardano or other cryptocurrencies is compared to another individual that holds a bank account in a foreign currencies, like in dollar, so not in euro.
Okay. And as what we have seen here is that in India, there is still the controversy regarding who is the official entity to control cryptocurrency transactions. Can you just give us some reference to this together with the last article you published on with reference to Bloomberg's advances on China's and Russia's politics. ASEM. ASEM. Okay, well, so we will be going, you know, through the two articles that ASEM published here. They both have to do, first of all, with the same controversy that is taking place in the United States with regards to who are the entities in charge of the transactions related to cryptocurrency, and which could be the characterization that will give competence to any of to each of those. And also what we were discussing first, and that refers to the fact that digital currencies will likely become legal tender. That is what was, that has already happened in some of the Latin American countries, as Jack was very well referring to the Marshall Islands and to El Salvador. But the likelihood that this legal tender, that the digital currencies become legal tender, is something that has been accepted by the European Central Bank Executive Board member, Fabio Panetta, in a panel in Helsinki that took place on November 9th, 2 days ago. And by this article by Bloomberg, that is also stating that both Russia and China will be economies launching cryptocurrencies as legal tenders. Singapore is another country that looks at or is starting a project named Project Orchid on the technological aspects of building a digital form of its currency to prepare for the days of if the city-state decides to have one. So that is what we are facing, and that is why this panel today is so important. We will go to Jack Bernstein and to Sam to discuss payments with crypto assets for goods and services. Let us start, Jack, if you may.
Thanks, Monica. I'll actually start off with the topic of
Okay,
employee
yeah.
remuneration. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. And we'll try and squeeze in, at the end of those topics, a little development that's taking place in Canada with respect to some enforcement measures that our tax authority is taking. And it's mirroring some of the tax measures or enforcement measures that the IRS is taking in the US. And Jack will speak to that. But first, I'll talk about some of the tax issues that we in Canada would have to think about when an employer is remunerating its employees in the crypto space generally, but specifically with respect to crypto assets. So in Canada, employees are taxed on the salary, wages, and other remuneration, including gratuities received in the year, and the value of any benefits received in the year in the course of or by virtue of the exercise of employment. So that's very broad language, and that basically includes, any crypto assets received by an employee in the context of that employee's employment. So if an employee is an employee of, for example, a blockchain company, and we typically see this in blockchain projects or a business that's developing an application for use on a specific blockchain, they will remunerate their employees with crypto assets, either crypto assets with respect to the specific blockchain that's being developed or other crypto assets. And in that case, the fair market value which would be the trading price of the crypto assets received, is included in the employee's income for tax purposes when that crypto is actually received. And the income has to be computed in Canadian dollars. So we'd have to take the trading price of the crypto asset. Typically, that's denominated in US dollars, and you have to convert that into Canadian dollars at the time of receipt. So the employee is taxed on that crypto asset received by virtue of that employee's employment. And in Canada, individuals are taxed at marginal income tax rates, and there's a blended rate between the federal rate and the provincial rate. And depending on the employee's income for the year, that employee will be taxed based on the marginal income tax rates. And the amount that's included in income of employment in respect of the employee is actually the employee's cost in the crypto that's received. So on a subsequent sale of that crypto, the employee would be taxed on the gain, which would be equal to the proceeds of disposition or the sale price and the amount of the cost in the crypto that was received, which again is equal to the fair value at the time of receipt from the employer. Now, those are the issues regarding those are the tax issues in respect of, or from the perspective of the employee, but there are also issues with respect to the employer. Now, in Canada, whenever an employer remunerates an employee, there are source deductions that need to be deducted from the remuneration to the employee and remitted to the Canadian Tax Authority. And that's employment insurance, Canada Pension Plan, and also income tax. And so an employer, whenever it remunerates an employee with respect to salary, bonuses, or what have you, it has to make that deduction and remit to the CRA. Now, it's funny, I've been asked this question at least a couple of times, and it's whether the Canadian Tax Authority will accept a remittance in crypto assets, and absolutely not. The answer is no. The Canadian Tax Authority won't receive a remittance in crypto assets. It will only accept Canadian dollars. So that poses a problem for an employer that's remunerating its employees with crypto assets. How will it satisfy that remittance obligation? And if it doesn't, the employer would be liable. And if the employer still doesn't remit, the directors of the company would be liable, personally liable, that is. So the employer wants to make sure that it's complying with its remittance obligations with respect to employee remuneration. So if it's remitting, or if it's remunerating rather, its employees for services with crypto assets, it actually has to either make a remittance to the Canadian Tax Authority in cash, so it might have to pay out of pocket, or it can withhold such amount of crypto assets to satisfy the remittance, liquidate those crypto assets on the market, and then take the I guess after-tax cash proceeds, because that in itself is a taxable event if the employer liquidates the tokens on the market. So it'd have to take the after-tax cash proceeds and then remit to the Canadian Tax Authority. By liquidating tokens on the market, the employer would be liable for tax to the extent that there's a gain realized on the sale of those crypto assets on the market, because that's a taxable event, of course. So the employer has to be cognizant of that. And the employer also has to consider some of the other commercial considerations here too. Is the crypto liquid? Is it able to be easily liquidated on the market? Are there restrictions to cashing out that crypto in full on the market? And these are some of the things that an employer has to think about. And the remittance is due on the 15th day of the month following the month in which the payment actually occurs. So there's so the remittance actually has to be made in short order. So these are some of the considerations that employers have to think about when remunerating their employees with crypto assets. And again, that's really common in blockchain projects or crypto projects. I'll now talk about some of the issues that we would think about in Canada when a merchant or service provider is remunerated for goods and services provided in crypto assets. So the CRA, which is the Canada Revenue Agency, I should say, which is our tax authority in Canada. Our tax authority says that a barter transaction occurs when two parties agree to exchange goods or services and carry out that exchange without using legal tender. And in a situation where the remuneration is provided in crypto, that is not legal tender. And so our tax authority regards that as a barter transaction. Now, there's a fundamental principle in Canadian income tax law that says parties dealing with each other at arm's length are regarded as receiving an amount that is at least equal to what's given up. So our tax authority says that the amount that a merchant or service provider has to include in computing business income is the price that the merchant or service provider would normally charge an arm's length person for the good or service provided. So the amount included in income of the good and of the merchant or service provider forms that merchant's cost in the crypto received. And just like in the previous example with respect to employee remuneration, a subsequent sale of that crypto would be taxed on an amount equal to the difference between the sale price of that crypto and the cost in that crypto, which again would be the arm's length price charged to the person that's receiving the good or service. Now, we are actually starting to see some law firms in Canada and also elsewhere accept payment for services rendered, for legal services rendered in crypto. So I know of at least one big US firm, or at least a particular office of one of the national firms in the US, and also some firms in Canada that are accepting payments for services rendered in crypto assets. Now, using that example, the law firm would issue an invoice denominated in, the currency of the particular, where the law firm's located. So in Canadian dollars or US dollars or what have you. And that payment would be satisfied in crypto assets. And at least in Canada, there's a rule in the Income Tax Act, which is our tax legislation, that codifies the accrual rule. So businesses are typically taxed on an accrual method in Canada. And so when an invoice is issued by a service provider or a merchant, the amount in that invoice is accrued in income, even though the amount is not actually received or paid. And the timing of that accrual in income occurs on the earlier of the actual issuance of the invoice, or the time that's the time that the invoice could reasonably have been issued, right? So that's the codification of the accrual rule. So when an invoice is issued, the amount of the invoice is included in income of the service provider. And typically what law firms do is, the firms that accept payment in crypto, they'll tell their clients, you can pay this amount in crypto, and then they'll instruct their client to, when the payment is actually made, whether it's, an hour after the invoice is issued or a month later, it doesn't matter. They'll tell their client, please let me know when you transfer the crypto to this specific wallet, and that those instructions would be followed. And so once the crypto is actually received, they'd be liquidated immediately after. So you wouldn't realize a gain in respect of that subsequent sale because you'd have full cost, and you'd essentially receive, payment of your invoice in crypto assets, not realize, that amount would be accrued into income, and you wouldn't have a subsequent gain on the sale or liquidation of that crypto asset. And it's prudent and also common for these law firms to accept payment in crypto using only stable coins, because that can be easily liquidated on the market, and there wouldn't be any of the price risk or volatility risk involved in accepting the crypto and then liquidating. So that can be easily done and satisfied. So that's something that we're seeing more of these days. I'll now talk about payments of crypto assets that attract withholding tax. So our domestic withholding tax rule says that every non-resident person shall pay an income tax of 25% on every amount that a person resident in Canada pays or credits, or is deemed under Part 1 of the Income Tax Act to pay or credit to a non-resident person as on account or in lieu of payment of, or in satisfaction of arm's length interest, rent, royalties, dividends, management fees, etc. So that language is very broad, and it essentially captures payments of crypto assets on account of any of the above payments. And again, you know, if a payment of crypto assets is in respect of any of those payments, arm's length interest, rents, royalties, etc., there's withholding tax on that, but that can be reduced under some of Canada's tax treaties. And again, just like the previous examples, the CRA won't accept a remittance of the withholding tax in crypto assets. The payer actually has to remit or make the remittance in cash. I'll now talk about how we determine the cost of inventory and capital property for Canadian tax purposes. And essentially, I'll begin with inventory. So where it's practical to identify the cost by reference to specific items of inventory, the cost can be determined by ascertaining the laid down cost of the specific items. With respect to crypto assets that are regarded as inventory used in a business, that's essentially the purchase price of that crypto asset. But if it's not practical to determine the cost by reference to specific items, then it's necessary to use an arbitrary cost selection method, which has the effect of making a presumption as to the order in which the inventory is sold. So there are a few recognized or commonly used methods in determining the cost of inventory. And that consists of figuring out what the specific inventory cost is. But if you're dealing with crypto assets and you have large volumes of transactions, that might not actually be feasible. So another method that you can use is to average the cost, or you can use the first in, first out method, or FIFO method. The last in, first out method, or LIFO method, is not an accepted methodology for income tax purposes for determining the cost of inventory. The method used in determining cost for income tax purposes should normally be the same method that's used for financial statement purposes. Now that's with respect to inventory. With respect to capital property or capital assets, we average the cost, and and there's no other way around it. So for example, if I purchase Ethereum for one Ethereum for $2,000, and I purchased another Ethereum for $3,000, and I hold no other Ethereum, then my cost is average. So my cost for each Ethereum becomes $2,500. So that is how we determine the cost of inventory and capital property for Canadian tax purposes. Now I'll pass the microphone to Jack Bernstein to discuss briefly a big development that's happening in Canada with respect to enforcement measures.
I'll be very quick because we've gone over our time. The big concern by the Canadian and other tax authorities is that cryptocurrency has become very popular for the underground economy. And what's really making it even more blatant is all the ransomware attacks in Canada and the United States, where they're demanding payment in cryptocurrency. This has become very real in Canada. In Toronto last week, they paralyzed our transportation system. They got all the hospital records or provincial health records from another province, and they all demand ransom. In fact, one of our partners, Paige Backman, that deals with data security, she's now spending part of her time negotiating ransoms with the terrorists and working with the insurance companies. So that's become a new specialty. But that is the concern of the government, is that these transactions are outside of a central bank and beyond the reach of the government, and they want to change that. There were cases in Canada and the US, and I'll be very quick. What happened was the government said, we're going to go after the exchanges, because if we can get all of the customers that are using the exchanges, we'll be able to track whether or not people are reporting their income. So there were requests for information to Coinbase in the United States by the IRS, and subsequently a Canadian case with CoinSquare, which is one of the largest Canadian exchanges. Basically, the government went in on a fishing expedition using a request for information about unnamed persons. So that's really quite significant. Many, many years ago, when they chased tax shelters, there were cases where the taxpayers succeeded, or the brokerage house succeeded in not giving all the names. And here, now, both in Canada and the States, deals were made with the tax authorities following a court decision where they gave over the list of names of all clients who, their largest clients or clients with cumulative deposits of $20,000 Canadian or more since they started opening, and the 16,500 largest accounts by trading. So this is something that's going to continue. We're seeing audits. CRA, Canada Revenue Agency, has questionnaires to be completed. In some cases, because people are ignorant about crypto, if they talk to you about crypto, you may end up having to do a voluntary disclosure. One interesting point for us for filing our tax returns, we have to do foreign reporting for investments over $100,000. Now the question is my, cryptocurrency that I'm doing on my computer at home, is that a foreign asset? Well, I think one thing yesterday, Sam and I were retained by a Bahamian crypto exchange. And for example, if a Canadian went into that exchange and did their transactions, it's possible they would have to comply with our foreign reporting, which would be another level of reporting on the tax return in addition to the income. Sorry we went over, Monica, and thank you for listening.
Jack, I was also reading about the beet farms that Canada has.
Here's an article I wrote in tax notes that hit the headline, Canada attacks. Canada's cryptocurrency crackdown.
But the beet farms, Jack, they are just organizing, this Canadian company is organizing beet farms in Uruguay and Argentina, and they just bought a very big, land to acquire energy from a plant, from an electric plant in Argentina, just to organize the beet farms there. Have you heard anything about that?
That's really for mining, right? Where they need the electricity. We're having all these strange digital clients now, one of whom is a company that does turnkey mining operations. Someone wants to get into mining, they'll get the building, the equipment, and they'll set them up.
Great. So this is it. This is the payment. When Jack first mentioned the ransoms, I was terrified because for Colombian purposes, paying ransoms is forbidden. So there is no possibility that anyone in Colombia can organize paying ransoms with cryptocurrency or with any currency at all. But that is not the case in Canada. And in Canada, those payments are deemed to be, payments just like any other payment.
That's what we're going to try. We're trying to distinguish. We have rules, for example, where it's illegal to bribe someone, but there's nothing dealing with the victim side, right? The payment of the ransom. So in fact, I'm writing an article for tax notes now on the tax treatment of ransom payments, in the corporate context. And it's really interesting too, because some companies in Canada and the US, government companies, like they have additional restrictions where they're not allowed to pay a ransom. So it's an interesting topic, and I have, I'll let you know more about it when I finish the article.
Oh yes, please do, please do. Okay, so we will go to the payments, the taxation of payments in kind, and basically to value-added tax. Daniel, are you there, and are you, please introduce this subject to us.
Hello, everyone. First of all, my greetings to the Colombian IFA chapter in the person of Andres Gonzalez. And my special thanks to you, Monica, for this outstanding organization. Well, I like this title, but I'm not properly going to dig in to the topic of barter transactions. It's quite a complex one. But I recall, for instance, 10 years ago, Professor Benterra used to give an example of the commemorative coins, you know, these coins that have a face value and an incorporated value in silver or gold or platinum, which largely exceeds the face value. And the question was, if I buy a pack of cigarettes with a commemorative coin, how much change do I get? And I think this is quite the same problem with crypto assets being considered as means of payment. So in Portugal, I'm going to start with Portugal and then move to the European Union just for a few tax policy comments. But in 2018, we had the first advance ruling on utility tokens, which are only binding for the taxpayer who requested the ruling. And the tax authority told us that as long as a utility token serves as a means of payment, its sale must be exempt in line with the same logic of the Hedqvist case. And then in 2019, the authorities said that the same exemption was applicable to the exchange of cryptocurrencies for legal tender, and strangely to crypto mining activities. So moving on to the next slide, what's the ratio decidendi of Hedqvist? Basically, in the opinion of Advocate General Juliane Kokot, she says, unlike gold or cigarettes, their function is in a transaction is simply to facilitate trade in goods in an economy, and as such, however, they are not consumed or used as goods. And I think from this case, we have one criteria, which is moving on to the next slide. I called it the functional equivalence, or the Hedqvist approach, which consists of choosing one character of crypto assets, which is serving as means of payment. And the rationale is, as long as they perform the same function as legal tender, they should treat it for neutrality or equivalence purpose in the same way. But this leads us to the question, to what extent is this approach possible? Because it may prove to be paradoxical, since in theory, everything can be bartered. So everything at the end could serve as means of payment. So this is quite I think the rationale behind Hedqvist. Then the other approach, which will be a more classical one under EU VAT, is looking at the structure of crypto assets. What's in a crypto asset? And we know that after 6 years, Hedqvist seems quite outdated, because we all know that Bitcoins are being mined and traded primarily for speculative purposes rather than serving as means of payment. So whenever we have a crypto asset, we may have, of course, a means of payment and something else. And the criteria to ascertain for VAT purposes what's that something else, or what's the supply at the end, is basically the European Court of Justice case law on composite supply. So we have two criteria. The first one is the classical principle, accessorium principale sequitur, which means the ancillary element of a supply follows the same treatment of the principal one. Or the other criterion would be two or more elements that form objectively a single indivisible economic supply that would then be artificial to split. The problem is that the court used to coordinate these two criteria under the conception of an average consumer or average customer, which in case of crypto assets, I think in most of the cases, we still lack a concept of or a notion of average consumer. So, of course, this structural approach entails more administrative complexity, because to each qualification, it may correspond a specific place of supply rule. And if we start dealing with cross-border barter transactions, this can produce profoundly inconsistent results, such as double taxation or double non-taxation. And if there's a lack of uniform treatment within the member states, this at the end may lead to distortions of competition and fraud. So moving on to the next slide, another problem of complexity, which is not still, of course, addressed, is whether dealing in crypto assets is an economic activity for VAT purposes. And we know so far that a taxable person is any person, anyone or anything who independently carries out an economic activity in any place, whatever the purpose of or result, for consideration. But there are probably all of the cases here are borderline cases, because we don't know to what extent an individual is doing this as a profession on a recurring basis or on a one-shot basis, regardless of having huge earnings or not. So it's the same dilemma of what's the most important, quantity or frequency. And then comes the problem of the decentralized autonomous organization. So a taxable person provides services to a DAO. Is their VAT due on the amounts invoiced? Is even a DAO an entity with tax personality, or where is it located after all? And the only rule we have in the VAT implementing regulation for these is that unless the supplier has information to the contrary, he may regard a customer established within the community as a non-taxable person, where he can demonstrate that a customer has not communicated his individual VAT identification number. So at the end of the day, these questions are, of course, very relevant, but we know from guidelines from the IMF or the World Bank that you cannot have a tax administration system without a tax register and without a taxpayer number, and before that without legal personality. So that's the problem. On the next slide, I just wanted to give an example, typical case of an entrepreneur, a taxable person who contributes in kind with his technology to a startup company. This is how usually things start. And this contribution in kind, if we follow the CAP-HAG approach, it would be out of the scope, because there is no transaction between the shares and the price paid for the shares. There is no relevant transactions for VAT purposes. But since almost all the tax authorities across Europe are treating crypto assets as VAT exempt under the functionality approach under Hedquist, which is no longer, to my view, an acte clair for these. The question is, would that company receive intangible assets VAT-free? How would that be possible under an internal market and competition system? So would that be exempt, or should there be a certain, what's the normal value or the open market value of the technology, of the IP? Because if at the end it has to be subject to VAT, this will be a financial cost, non-deductible by the company. So this is an area of risk that everyone should keep in mind. Just to conclude, Monica, moving on to our last slide. So questions raised are, is it expected that a consistent answer from the EU legislature on VAT treatment of crypto assets will only come after a stabilized regulatory framework? because until then, I think it's our harmonization through the Court of Justice is something very slow, and this is a very volatile market. But in the end, the anonymity underlying the blockchain system, we all know that fosters the risk of carousel fraud. In that case, it's quite explainable that member states are following the exemption approach just to avoid the proliferation of unlawful VAT refunds. For instance, if a crypto asset would be qualified as an electronically supplied service where the customer is a taxable person located in a member state other than of the supplier, we know that a customer would need to account for VAT under the reverse charge mechanism. And this could leave the door open for the exploitation by the missing trader fraud, or of the VAT-free purchases and subsequent taxed supplies. So anonymity here could therefore contribute to the proliferation of carousel fraud. And I think this is one, along with reducing administrative complexity, this is one of the main reasons why the tax authorities are following this, trying to exempt as much as possible by means of establishing this equivalence relationship with means of payment. So, and that would be all. Thank you very much, Monica. The floor is yours again.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you very much. I just wanted to go to Jorge and to Ricardo, who had these slides that have a lot to do with what we are discussing.
Yeah, thank you, Monica. Yeah, basically, I think it's interesting to have this slide immediately after Daniel's presentation, because it kind of contrasts with what's happening in the world. For Mexican tax purposes, as in the case in many countries in Latin America, we've got foreign exchange gains and losses. So the question pops up is cryptocurrency versus fiat currency subject to foreign exchange gain or losses. So you need to do exchange rate determination and potentially determine the gain or loss. In the case of crypto, the answer would be no. In the case of fiat currency, the answer is yes. Capital gain treatment, is there an entitlement? In Mexico, we don't have a preferred capital gain treatment, but the treatment per se of a disposition of crypto would qualify as a disposition of a capital asset, whereas in fiat currency, the answer would be no. It wouldn't be a capital gain eligible treatment if we operate with currencies, or fiat currencies, if you will. Is the transfer subject to VAT? And that's where it overlaps with Daniel's point. In Mexico, the answer is yes, cryptocurrency is subject to value-added tax. In the case of fiat currency, the answer is no. Can we use it to pay wages? Ironically, or validly, our labor laws specifically require that salaries be paid with functional currency or fiat currency. So in this case, would we be able to pay salaries with crypto? Technically, from a labor law perspective, not so much from a tax law perspective, the answer would be no. Obviously, with fiat, the answer is yes. And to kind of tie this down to Daniel's points, where I think it suits a little quite nicely, if we can jump on to the next slide, we've got a simple example, the sale of a car. From a Mexican perspective, both the sale of the car paid with crypto would have a VAT taxable transaction on both. So we've got a 16% tax treatment for the crypto, and we would have the 16% tax treatment on the sale of cars. For both, it would be a taxable event determining gain or loss, determining on the result on the exchange. Both would be subject, based on our rules, to the issuance of tax compliant invoices or certified tax invoices. And as far as value, we would have to go to the fair market value of the crypto. It's interesting to see how the EU is pushing on this issue. We've got a strong parallel on analyzing how the EU treats VAT. It's interesting to see how we're not running on parallel, rather, on this point, because I think that is and will continue to be an issue. The summary that we've enlisted here has also been, I would say, sanctioned just this week by the Mexican tax ombudsman that issued a position paper on taxation of crypto based on Mexican rules. So it's good to see that we prepared a slide, and then the Procuraduría de Defensa del Consumidor in Mexico will be happy to furnish you these guidelines, Monica, so that you can make them available to the IFA membership in Colombia, because I think it would be good insight. Jorge, do you want to add something?
Yes, Ricardo. Just to reconfirm and to highlight that given the lack of specific regulations for dealings with crypto assets or with cryptocurrencies, we should apply from the Mexican perspective the general principles of taxation. So the outcome of that can be, just for give you an example, using cryptocurrencies as a financial asset in a long-term investment might be tax efficient. But using cryptocurrencies as a mean of payment, as you can see, is extremely inefficient, and that will result in a number of questions. For example, even though this simple example of somebody buying a car and paying with cryptocurrency might be very clear, there's still a lot of questions on how this might work. Just to give you an example, does the VAT can be paid with crypto? That is, this is still an open question, because for a buyer to be able to credit the VAT that is paying to seller, the VAT has to be paid, has to be effectively paid. So there's no relation about paying the full price and the VAT with cryptocurrency. A conservative approach will not to do so, to effectively flow with fiat money the VAT for both of the parties. Another question here that is still open, and we don't have any official position with respect to that, is timing, mainly for VAT and income tax purposes, because you can have a window between the issuance of the invoice, which for income tax purposes trigger the taxable event, and the receipt of the cryptocurrency. And given the change in the price of the cryptocurrency, that will give you different values from the date in which the invoice was issued and the day in which you effectively received the cryptocurrency. So timing is a very also important open question that is still not addressed. In general terms, I may say, and I don't know if Ricardo, you agree, using cryptocurrency in the Mexican tax perspective as a legal mean of payment is not efficient. It might trigger a lot of questions. Taxpayers should take positions that not be 100 safe, but rather, on the other hand, holding cryptocurrencies as an investment, that can give some advantages vis-a-vis holding money or money equivalents. Even though Mexico do not have preferential tax rate for capital gains, for individuals, the way the capital gain is computed can give you an advantage vis-a-vis different type of incomes. So I guess making a comparison between using crypto as a legal mean of payment and as an investment, especially if we want to have them in the long term, I may say that you can have a more efficient treatment if you use cryptocurrency as an investment, rather if somebody uses it as a mean of payment.
Yeah. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you, Ricardo. This has been a very interesting presentation. I think that for Colombian purposes, we are far away from having cryptocurrency as a legal tender in Colombia, because all these inefficiencies you are pointing out are exactly applicable to our system. And that means that financing and investment become two of the most important topics to discuss. Niklas Schmidt was co-editor to the book we published on taxation of crypto assets. Niklas, will you introduce us to decentralized finance?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you very much, Monica, for this kind invitation to present, and also thank you to IFA Colombia. I've been dealing with Bitcoin and crypto since 2013. And today I'm going to speak about a very new, or a rather new topic, decentralized finance, or DeFi, which is probably one of the, in my view, most interesting use cases of blockchain technology, and which is also for us tax practitioners really important to understand. So my presentation is going to give a bit of a technical and also market overview of the various protocols out there. And at the end, I will only have one slide on taxation with a few questions, like abstract questions, questions which I will not answer from an Austrian point of view. I'm an Austrian lawyer, but you might not be that much interested in our small country's tax system. So if we go to the next slide, basically all of you know that Bitcoin is a kind of digital asset that you can send peer-to-peer without any intermediary, and all the transactions are recorded in a kind of bookkeeping, in a kind of database, which is called the blockchain. And all of you will also have heard of Ethereum, which is basically the second largest crypto asset. Similarly, it's a digital asset, but it is far more. It is actually a kind of infrastructure, a kind of highway on which you can run a kind of computer program, which is quite amazing. And these computer programs, they are called smart contracts. These are not programs that run on a central computer that can be shut down, that can be interfered with, where the computer program can be changed at the operator's whim. But these are programs which are basically immutable, which cannot be stopped, and which run on autopilot. And these programs can also hold value. They can hold assets on the Ethereum blockchain. So Ethereum is a kind of world computer. Some people say, some other people say it's just a world pocket calculator. And there are some alternatives out there. So there are other smart contract platforms. You might have heard of Avalanche, Phantom, Polkadot, Solana, Binance Smart Chain. So all of what I'm going to say in the next few slides applies not only to Ethereum, which is the OG smart contract platform, but also to these newer competitors. So if we go to the next slide, what are these smart contracts? And a smart contract, basically in the worldview of these tech people, is something which gets rid of lawyers, of contracts, of notaries public, of escrow agents, of judges, of courts, of all sorts of security that you use in commercial transactions. And instead, all of this, the whole legal sphere is replaced by computer programs which, as I said, run on a blockchain. And the advantage of this is everything is simpler, cheaper, and faster. You have no intermediaries, so you don't have anybody to trust, anybody who might breach this trust, anybody who sort of might then lead you into dispute, and there are no delays because everything just runs on autopilot. So next slide, please. Ethereum, as you might know, has been sort of in place quite a number of years, but only basically in 2020 things started to get interesting. And so only in 2020 has there been a real usage of this platform. And this usage was, and that's the next slide, basically decentralized finance. So I think DeFi is basically one of the sort of most interesting use cases for these platforms. So what is this about? This is about offering financial services offering financial services not through banks and insurance companies and pension funds and investment funds and so on, based on paper forms that you have to fill out and physical brick and mortar buildings where you meet somebody and sign a contract, but transactions on a blockchain, so transactions with a computer program on the other side, with a computer program which cannot be modified, which just, as I said, runs on autopilot. So is this successful? Well, the whole DeFi or decentralized finance movement is very new. So when I entered this, when I was looking at these applications for the first time, it was in March 2020. There were only, that's interesting, 100,000 people doing that. In the meantime, I think we are between 3 and 4 million addresses that are interacting with these smart contracts. And the value that is being locked in these smart contracts has in the meantime reached an amazing amount of 113 billion US dollars, which is tiny compared to the traditional world of finance. You can call it CFI or centralized finance, but it's still, on the other hand, a huge amount of money, given that this is everything is quite new. Some of these applications are like brand new. Maybe they came out last week or last month. Others are maybe 1.5 years old, and they have become battle tested, even in very difficult circumstances. So the advantages of doing your banking business, not with a brick and mortar bank, but with a DeFi application, is that you do everything on a pseudonymous basis. You don't have to sign any forms. You don't have to do any identification, which you don't need any passport copies, whatever. You have access from all over the world on a 24/7, 365 basis, and you don't have to trust anybody. So there's no need to trust the bank. That's not completely true, because you have to trust the smart contract. You have to basically, there's also a bit of trust involved, but it's of the computer program. Yeah, okay, next slide, please. Here you can see how things have developed. So it's quite an interesting curve. And if I were a bank, then I would really look at this. And there has been, I think last week, a report by Goldman Sachs where they are looking at this. So the brightest banks are already taking a look at decentralized finance. So let's look at next slide, some products. And the typical product here is the bank. So this is a place, this is a decentralized finance protocol. This is a smart contract where you can basically lend assets to this protocol. So you can make a deposit. It's like a bank account. The difference is on your bank account, you get 0.000001% interest. And here, typically, you get a lot higher interest rates. So these protocols work that you basically send your crypto assets, which could be typical crypto assets like wrapped Ethereum, wrapped Bitcoin, or they could also be stable coins, something which is pegged to the US dollar, which is not as crazy maybe for some people as Bitcoin, given Bitcoin's volatility. When you sort of deposit the assets with this platform, you get interest, but you can also borrow from the platform and then you pay interest. And as you understand, a bank basically gets deposits and makes loans and collects a margin in between. And these protocols, like, I mean, the most famous are Compound and Aave. So these are definitely names you should remember, because they will, in a few years' time, be sort of in the pantheon of banks. These protocols, they make quite a lot of profit, and they are basically DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, that Daniel Bobos has mentioned earlier. So this is the first type of product, the bank, where you can make a deposit, get juicy interest rates, and where you can even borrow assets, which can have many different reasons. You could, for example, have an assets with high latent gains, which you don't want to sell. So you have, I don't know, you have some crypto assets which you purchased low, which has appreciated in value. You don't want to sell it, but you want to sort of take out a loan against it. So you can deposit it and take out the loan against it and use this loan for whatever purposes you like. So in that case, you can get the liquidity without having to do a taxable exchange, or possibly without having to do a taxable exchange, depending on your jurisdiction. Next page, please. Then there are so-called DEXs, or decentralized exchanges. So all of you know centralized exchanges like Binance or Coinbase or Kraken and others. So these are operated by companies, yeah. And you basically send your crypto assets to an address of this company. So this is the well-known motto: not your keys, not your crypto. So you trust this centralized exchange that they will not run away with your crypto assets, or that they will not be subjected to a hacking attack or whatever. And here in the world of decentralized finance, these centralized exchanges, with all their onboarding and KYC and whatever regulations, they are being replaced by decentralized counterparts. Again, computer protocols, computer programs, smart contracts, decentralized apps running on blockchains. And the most famous product here is obviously Uniswap by Hayden Adams. There are also other competitors. Curve is a special protocol for stable coins, or SushiSwap, the third logo that I've shown here. And what you do basically is, so let's say you have two crypto assets which you want to exchange. So there is, let's say you have ETH and DAI. So you have ETH and you want DAI. So there might be on Uniswap, or there is actually on Uniswap, an ETH DAI trading pair. And how it works is when you take a certain amount of ETH and send it to that smart contract, the smart contract automatically sends you back the respective DAI value. You know, if on the other hand you send DAI, which is a stable coin, as you might know, to this smart contract, you will get back ETH. So you basically don't have to trust. It works automatically. Your crypto assets are not held by any person. They are just sort of for a few milliseconds in this computer program. You send what you want to trade away to the computer program and get something else back. So the next slide, please. There's really a ton, and I'm just updating my my German language book and doing a second edition since many months. This is such an innovative space. There's so much happening. So for example, you have insurance based on blockchains. So if you want to use these protocols, but you're a bit unsure whether they're really trustworthy, you can take out insurance. But in that case, you don't go to a centralized insurance company, but rather you use decentralized finance applications in the insurance realm. So Nexus Mutual is a very well-known platform where you can take out insurance against smart contract bugs. So smart contracts not performing as they were intended to perform, or even stable coins depegging and other special events. Then there are decentralized derivatives. So you can whatever you can think of has already been created. And the whole ecosystem of finance, of banking and finance is currently being recreated on the blockchain. So you have synthetic assets. I, for example, have there's synthetic gold, Swiss francs, indices, stocks, and whatever. You have decentralized mutual funds. You have even something which I find fantastic. It's called streaming of money. So basically, you can put money into a smart contract and tell the smart contract, please pay out this money in these intervals and in these amounts over this length of time. So let's say you're a wealthy person and you don't want to spoil your children after your death. And if you basically die, then they would get everything immediately. In some countries, you can set up a trust or something. You can give the monies to somebody else who will hold them for your children until they reach age, which might be 20, 30, or 40, depending on your preferences. And now what you can do here is basically you send your assets, your crypto assets, to this smart contract and instruct the smart contract that these monies are to be held until a certain date and then distributed to certain addresses in certain amounts. So this is basically this is programmable money, what you're creating here. You can also use this to stream salaries, so you pay your employees not once a month, but second by second, minute by minute, day by day. So there are incredible possibilities opening up here. Next slide, please. And the interesting thing is, so traditional finance, which is paper-based, is not very suitable to mix and match. So of course you can have a life insurance policy, which you then, in a very awkward manner and taking a lot of time, use as collateral to take out a loan, with which you then might maybe buy a portfolio of investment funds or stocks or whatever. So in traditional finance, you can of course combine things, but it's very complicated because your relationships are with separate corporations, separate counterparties. They're paper-based, they're based on contracts. You need everybody's agreement. And here in the realm of DeFi, of decentralized finance, we are speaking of computer programs which you can stitch together. This is what is called money Lego or composability. So basically, if you have a bag of Lego bricks, you can just recreate things. You can mix and match and create new buildings. And similarly, in this world of DeFi, you can stitch together DeFi applications. And this is the next slide. And you can create really complex things like automatic money managers, looking always for the highest yields, and sort of taking out investment if the yield goes down, if there's another more exciting opportunity somewhere else. But of course, the more sort of layers of smart contracts you have, the more risky things get. So you are maybe creating a bit, you're creating maybe sometimes scenarios which can lead to exploits and bugs and whatever. Next slide. Now, how does all this fit together with taxation? And if you're interested in the views of the of some of the leading countries in respect of crypto taxation, then there's an OECD report which is a year old or so, and in this report the OECD says that the situation is the same nearly everywhere. The tax authorities are 3 years behind, so they're basically dealing with trading of crypto assets, so buying and selling and making gains, and whether that is subject to income tax or not. And whether there's VAT on transactions if you use crypto assets to pay for goods and services. They've dealt with mining, some might have dealt with staking, but they have not dealt with what is just happening now. And what is happening now is basically DeFi and NFTs, but the NFTs I'm not addressing here. So maybe if we go to the next slide, and this is my last one, I will not keep you and I take too much time since I've already exceeded my time. There are a few really interesting things that you as a tax lawyer can look at in order to, if you have a client dealing with DeFi. So for example, if you lend assets on these decentralized finance platforms, as I said, you get interest. And you might not think, okay, that's easy. I mean, it's like a loan and I get interest. And there are certain rules for the taxability of interest. So whenever it hits my wallet, then I'm taxable. But these protocols, they work slightly different. So basically, when you take ETH and you deposit it on Compound, it's actually an exchange of assets. You get back an asset, which is a kind of receipt token. The receipt token can at any point in time in the future be redeemed against your principal and the interest. So we're not speaking here of interest being accrued and being paid out regularly, like it would be on a bank deposit, but actually you're exchanging an ETH token against a C-ETH token, against a Compound ETH token, against a receipt token. So maybe we are more in the area of taxable exchanges. An interesting topic are airdrops, and all of these protocols start off rather decentralized, but become more and more decentralized over time. What I mean with this is these protocols, of course, they run on a blockchain, but there's a team behind the protocol which passes certain important decisions. For example, should we accept other assets on Compound that users might be able to deposit and borrow? And these decisions in the beginning are passed by a group of these developers, these programmers, and over time things move into a more decentralized manner where there's basically where the community decides. And in order to have the community decide, all of these projects at one point issue a governance token, which is a kind of entry ticket into this parliament of this protocol. So an airdrops can have quite some value, and this is also an interesting sort of event from a tax practitioner's point of view. How is this taxed if somebody who uses such a protocol not only gets the interest component but gets these governance tokens? The sale of crypto assets on a decentralized exchange like Uniswap, this does not normally present any problems. This is just like a normal sale on a centralized exchange. What is interesting with DEXs is, however, a process that I have not mentioned, where you provide liquidity on a decentralized exchange, and you're remunerated for providing the liquidity on the exchange through getting normally 0.3% of all trading revenues that are carried out on this trading pair. And then you have staking, and this is, you have to keep this keep this apart. All of you will know that staking has something to do with proof of stake, and this is a consensus mechanism for blockchains. Staking in the realm of DeFi is something different. This basically means locking up a token for various reasons and being remunerated during the lockup period by receiving other assets. So there's a multitude of questions, and these are just 6 important ones. Every week, new fascinating experiments are launched. This is a tremendously innovative space. There's so much brain power, so much competition going on. Everything is open source, so people just copy things, improve on things. There's no IP, there's no patenting, no copyright on code, and because of that, things move really quick. Yeah, so DeFi is just 1.5 years old now. People are speaking of DeFi 2.0 already, and most people are sort of outside of crypto have not even realized what DeFi is. So with that, I hand over to Monica, and I hope that this was sort of an interesting, maybe bizarre, but interesting presentation. Thank you.
Nicholas, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Just on staking, we were looking at that, Sam and I, and you're getting coins, but we don't really think it's interest that you're getting, because it's not computed with reference to the money you put in. It's like a participation more than anything. We think it's taxable as income, but it was very difficult to try to put it into an existing concept like interest. What's your view on that?
Yeah,
so we think ordinary income when it's received, whether it's other income, we don't think it's technically interest.
Yeah, it's a good question. And in Austria, we're just now in the process. We last week received a new tax bill, which has a few paragraphs also on crypto assets. And traditionally, interest was only interest on money loans, and not interest on loans in kind of other assets. And that has been changed. Yeah? So maybe in some countries there's a similar view that interest is only what you get if you lend money, but not if you lend other assets. For example, if I lend my apartment, it's not interest, it's rent that I get. Yeah, and similarly, previously with crypto assets, you could have taken the view that you don't get any interest if you stake your crypto assets in a smart contract and get some other type of remuneration for that.
So and I think there is precedent in the past for gold loans. You know, just if you're looking as a commodity, people did lend their gold.
Gold loans. Yeah, sure.
So I'm just saying as a comparison.
Yeah, in the chemicals industry, there are some very pure elements which are lent out. But I think in the petrochemicals industry, but these do not lead to interest. They lead to, for Austrian terminology, rent, basically. Yeah. So maybe it really depends on your jurisdiction's definition of what interest is. It might be very narrow.
Niklas, I also wanted to ask another question. When we were first discussing your slides, there was one where you stated that smart contracts would exclude lawyers from any intermediation. Do you really think that is the case?
No. I think we will have tons of work. Do not worry. Yeah. We will really have enough work. It's just a utopia of tech people. They think they can do away with the lawyers, the tax advisors, and the regulators, and the courts and whatever. But this is a very narrow view, because I mean, if you write a smart contract, you can similarly to writing a traditional contract make a mistake, and it happens all the time. So you have bugs all the time, and there will be liability issues, and there will be the regulator will go after teams that are not anonymous. So it's not the end of lawyers. Do not worry about that. So maybe that's a good message to end my part.
Yeah, one other quick question. Do you know if Tesla will still take cryptocurrency if you go and buy your Tesla car? Because I think Monk did that when he bought all the, Bitcoin, then he got rid of it. But I wonder if they still have that policy where you could actually buy a car using crypto if you buy Tesla.
I think they scrapped that. I'm not sure. I did not buy a Tesla recently, so no own experience on that.
Incredible how this is moving and so fast. Thank you very much, Nicholas, for this presentation. You were talking about staking in a smart contract. And so now we want to have Assam go through, oh, sorry. We want to go through staking and mining with Assam and with the analysis of, as to how will double taxation treaties apply with regards to these cross country transactions. Assam, are you there? And
yes, I am there, and thank you very much. Good morning to Latin America and to the Americas from the land of India. We're just about 10-12 hours ahead of you in terms of time zone difference. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, IFA Colombia. Thank you to my two co-editors, Jack Bernstein and Nicholas, for a wonderful compendium which was done, especially in the very delicate times of COVID. And I understand that that is still an authoritative exposition in so far as trying to understand the mystique associated with cryptocurrency. And of course, thank you, Monica, for this opportunity.
We're very glad to have you here.
Yeah. So to begin with, are we looking at changing the rules of the game? Do the classical system or whether the classical system of taxation were to lean and bend itself when it comes to trying to steer, or where cryptocurrency as a phenomena were to steer rules of taxation? Very observations, and I'll try and see how best I can do justice with all of them. Jack just made a very good comment about the gold bonds, whether the upside on the gold bonds as a commodity could be a good reflection to analyze and ascertain the characterization of staking, and whether it's gains versus ordinary income. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at some tested principles of taxation which have withstood the test of time, and of course, I will speak with some more lineage on coming from a common law jurisdiction which follows classical system of taxation. Whether you're talking of real income theory, what income is all about, sometimes the regs and the delegated legislation wants to give a different way or a connotation of what real income is all about, and then we go back to the judge-made law and try and understand what is real income. That's one. Second, capital versus revenue. Third, fixed capital versus circulating capital. Fourth, investment versus stock in trades. Fifth, gains versus ordinary income. I think a few years down the line, you find an authoritative pronouncement coming from any court. I mean, with whatever authority at my command, I would say that the decisions would ultimately lean on these few principles. Each country at this point in time is looking at this phenomenon of crypto in a very different way. I come from a jurisdiction where cryptos are the state perception about crypto is nothing kosher, frankly, to speak about. But then India constitutes about 2 to 10% of the global market, which I understand runs into billions of dollars. And my back of the envelope calculations suggest that Indian exposure officially, as per records, is about 130 million north of, but then there is nothing official about the data which comes from India. So whether we talk about the vulnerability of the state to to be on top of things and in terms of knowing everything, and therefore the whole pursuit of exchange of information and what Jack talked about, and there is a high levels of risk which is felt in terms of regulating this purely from a reporting point of view. One step which the Indian regulators have taken so far as the corporate law reporting done by the auditors in signing of financials is the fact that if the auditee, i.e. the company, is dealing with crypto, then they must disclose. So that's the latest bit in terms of the obligation which the auditor has. Insofar as reporting requirement is concerned, the definition of asset is of a very wide amplitude. So if I were to find something on Mars, that will also qualify as a foreign asset. So the disclosures are very onerous. Now coming to mining, and at the end of the day, if you are going to add something new, now does it constitute a gain? And if there is a gain, there has to be a transferor and a transferee. Now, can I earn from my own self? That's the question. And I thought I went again back to the first principles because certainly there are more questions and less answers, even though we may try and see some try and compare it with some basic examples, the way Ricardo very nicely explained the transaction of buying a car through a crypto. If I am going to issue shares pursuant to an IPO, will the act of issuance of shares would create a right? Is creation of share an event which results in a capital gains? The Supreme Court in India, in the case of Khode distilleries, did suggest the fact that, well, creation of shares, the act of issuance of shares is not a transfer. And if it is not a transfer, then the question of subsequent characterization of it resulting in a gain does not arise. So I understand, and Nicholas was very kind enough to allude to the OECD prescription. Within the OECD prescription, if you look at, there is a divergence of view which the OECD has summarized, especially at page 24 of its report, suggesting the fact that whether the first event of receipt of new token from mining, whether would constitute resulting in an event which results in a taxable event, or the first event is the disposal. And if the answer is yes, that the first event of taxation is the disposal, then again going back to the two first principles of taxation, are you doing a systematic activity, and therefore whether it constitutes business, or you are doing it occasionally, you enjoy the thrill of it, and therefore it doesn't constitute a systematic activity carried with some degree of frequency. I am mindful of the fact that a single transaction can also result in business. I have judgments both ways, which lean on again the classical English framework, or the whole adage of whether a single act can constitute business or not. So insofar as mining is concerned, my personal view, and again, by no means I am very authoritative insofar as trying to understand this phenomena of crypto, which keeps on mutating, and mutation in the days of COVID is not a very happy word, so to speak. And you have different forms of it coming, and the influence of whether you call it decentralized finance. The challenge, I'll tell you, is what? It has shades of income. It has shades of accretion, which is passive. It has shades of something which does suggest the fact that something active is being done. And at the same time, it also has a shade that you buy, you keep it, it keeps on growing, and there is an accretion. And therefore, what you're earning is capital gains. So for any government to stick its neck out and give a very exhaustive prescription, unless and until they can match the pace of the evolvement, I think the best course of action would be to rely on the first principles, set some guidance around it and ensure that that guidance withstand the test of time. So on mining, I mean, my personal view is that the first event on receipt of new tokens from mining ought not result in a taxable event unless something more goes associated with it. And the first event should only be on the disposal, and whether that disposal should be characterized as my business income or it should be characterized as an ordinary income depends upon whether I'm going to carry it occasionally or otherwise. I'm mindful of the fact that Australia, Canada, Germany, Hong Kong, Luxembourg, and Switzerland have some prescriptions around it, which again have been highlighted in the OECD report. On disposal, I think none of us would have any doubt. Now, the only question is whether that disposal forms part of your profit and loss account, or it straight away forms part of your capital account, and therefore it should be charged as capital gains and not as ordinary income, so to speak. Now, insofar as staking is concerned, and I'm glad that Nicholas did set the stage up for talking about staking. Now, if I am going to earmark my particular asset, first and foremost, there should be a retort. Is it an asset? If I'm earmarking or locking up crypto or its various variants for the sake of simplicity, which supports the operations and assists somebody in doing it, the question is, who am I? Am I an occasional trader, or am I just an amateur doing busy lawyering but have a passion for crypto and I got this opportunity? Not everything can be put up for staking, and I did that, and that helps somebody else to do business. For him, it could be his payout could be a legitimate business expense. But for me, remember, again, one of the classical concept is when you look at a transaction, you look at the transaction from the perspective of the payee and not from the payer, right? So as a payee, if I am going to get something and I'm just doing crypto as a hobby, or even not as a hobby, just the way I invest in stocks and mutual fund, and my main business is lawyering, then if I were to earn something from staking, I would be hesitant in categorizing it or characterizing it as business income. Now the question is now coming to the tax treaty thing. In terms of the distributive rules of taxation under the tax treaty framework, I mean, whether OECD or a UN template, they are similar, if not identical. When it comes to distributive rules between or amongst capital gains, interest, and other income, I don't have much to pigeonhole about it. So, and with regard to other income, the allocation of taxing right between the source state and state of residence will always throw up new challenges. And therefore, it might be a situation if it is going to get classified under the head other incomes, assuming you can strongly argue it out that the capital gains article does not work much in the case of staking. In case of mining, it has a better persuasive value, so to speak. Then the distributive rules and classifying it under the other income article, Article 22, 21, 23, as the case may be, largely, so to speak, might just allocate it to the other country. Again, I mean, subject to qualifying other basic criteria of claim of benefits under tax treaty. Now, in the world of multilateralism, I mean, no conversation on tax treaty is complete if we don't talk of the new age phenomena or the fashionable multilateralism, so to speak, post the BEPS framework. Now, are we going to look at some common talisman or a template which gets inserted and there is a buy-in from the larger group, the G20s, or even the larger inclusive framework of countries, and say, okay, we agree to this. Now, subject to evolvement, I have my doubt on it. I'm not sure whether Jack is going to put his money on a multilateral framework, which would be a common thumb rule, so to speak, in terms of looking at how the tax treaties should be influenced with some common framework, and therefore be read along with the tax treaties, the way we are looking at an MLI framework, be read along with tax treaties. So all in all, the legal status, the regulatory framework, and the state support will have a very major influence in determination of the manner in which you would find a taxation policy or a tax policy being written by a domestic, by a jurisdiction, and that would rather influence the way you are going to look at the tax treaty framework. If the revenue officials or the tax policy officials in the larger given ecosystem are discouraged, then I don't expect much enthusiasm unless and until there are negotiated pressures under the tax treaty to look at the evolvement of tax treaty framework with regard to incorporating or facilitating the crypto framework for double tax purposes. I am coming from a country where the government has taken a backseat, although the Supreme Court of India gave a very landmark pronouncement in quashing the circular issued by Central Bank of India, suggesting that, well, this circular does not hold good. Even after that, almost 2 years have passed by. We don't have a legislation or a framework. A little here, a little there, you may find, and Monica was very kind enough to accommodate a few of it in my slides. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I submit back it over to the team, and thank you once again for allowing and giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Asim. I'm sorry I didn't, change this last slide. I'll leave it here for a second so that you can all go through it. Thank you very much for being here and, coming with this compliment that we needed very much. Asim,
yeah,
Jack was commenting on this evolution of cryptocurrencies and the Indian story. And although it does not have anything to do, maybe we should have placed this slide in at first when we just came in and were discussing the nature of the cryptocurrency. Would you go through this for a second, because this is so interesting?
Yeah, I'm more than happy. In fact, I did a paper in June 2020 on this, which I'll be happy to share it with the group in the coming days. And I'll be very brief because today seems to be my Latin America day, because after this I have to jump into the LSE program where I have to speak on that Argentine tax decision as a discussant. So today seems, but I'll still give a few minutes on this. So in terms of evolution, I think the watershed moment was the March 2020 judgment of the Apex Court. If you can look at one of the bullet points in the slide, which struck down the central bank's notification on an absolute ban on crypto. And that judgment is worth reading, of course, authored by one of the most progressive judges which we had, who retired very recently in August, Justice Nariman, which gave a lot of hope because all along the government was chiming the fact that crypto brings a lot of gray with it. That's something which Jack also said, that you don't know what's the source of funds, KYC, etc. That gave a shot in the arm. But then after the Supreme Court decision, the government did mum it out that, okay, now it's time to introduce a legislation and let's see if we can come up with the new legislation. So now it is proposed in the winter session of the parliament that a cryptocurrency and a regulation of official digital currency bill should be introduced to facilitate the entire framework around the digital currency, considering that there is a lot of activity, so to speak. And as I said, we have about, in terms of official numbers, about 6 to 10 million people who have some interest in cryptocurrency directly or indirectly. And as I said, the amounts are about 134 million or so to speak. So assuming we were to get this bill in the winter session of the parliament, then we might see or gain some traction, so to speak. But in the meanwhile, what the government is also equally trying to do, and you've added those two very recent press releases in the presentation, which I think the delegates could go through. India is trying to promote one of the states from where our Prime Minister Modi hails, and earlier he was the provincial chief minister of Gujarat, as one of those competing international financial centers, which is popularly known as GIFT, G-I-F-T. Now, there is a little speculation in the air that there's too much of pressure. So why don't we allow the GIFT International Financial Center framework, modeled on the lines of Dubai International Financial Center? That's the closest simile. That they may be given the authority to regulate everything without everything which has got to do with crypto. Because either you will give the central bank the authority to regulate. Are you going to give the authority to SEC, which is Indian equivalent is SEBI, or you're going to give authority to Ministry of Finance? So better give it to the GIFT City. In any case, government is promoting GIFT City a lot. We've done some amendments which even help aircraft leasing in the GIFT City, and of course setting up of funds, etc. Now, a government-backed currency, which is the CBDC, is also something in the offing, because the government has pushed its payments gateway to compete with MasterCard and Visa. If all of you are aware, India officially as a government is backing something known as RUPAY, which pretty much competes with MasterCard and Visa, and is now accepted in Middle East and in Singapore as one of the means for credit card payment as an intermediary. So government is equally keen to introduce the CBDC. So if the CBDC comes, then I think you may have a different outlook to the entire thing. So I think, Monica, you need to do something in winter. If I come back to all of you saying that, well, the bill has been moved in the parliament for discussion. For the moment, this is all on this very mystical aspect. I can't even call it as a commodity, because as I said, it has shades of commodity, shades of investment, shades of assets, shades of service. And as far as lawyers going out of work, I don't agree with Daniel Susskind's seminal work, A World Without Work, which I thought came out at a very apt, not a very apt time when COVID took and the whole world was in lockdown. I think realistically, you can't run a world without lawyers, so to speak.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Sam. I think we have to go on, but it was a very interesting presentation. Thanks. Speaking, we are here with the initial coin offerings and all the developments that those initial coin offerings have had. Will you please go through these with us, for us?
Yes, absolutely. First of all, thank you very much also Colombia chapter of IFA for organizing, and of course Monica for inviting. This has been a very interesting presentation, I think, and you might wonder why we are now so far in the presentation discussing the actual offering of all these kinds of crypto assets on the market, because we've already heard from all of our colleagues what it is like, and predominantly what the issues are and the struggles of being a tax advisor or a tax lawyer in the crypto world. Because as we've heard from Italy, from Mexico, from India, all the countries, actually Canada, that there is little to no legislation, and at least there's nothing really helpful. So that makes it a big struggle for tax advisors, and the same goes for the Netherlands. That being said, what I will discuss with you today is not really focused on the Netherlands, and I try to make it as global as possible. That being said, I will, to inspire you at the end of my presentation, give you a taste of the structuring we go to with our clients to drive, in this instance, to make an initial coin offering happen for them in the Netherlands.
So first off, let's talk about what are these initial offerings. I think you must be very well aware of the term ICO, even if you don't know exactly what it means. But an ICO is I think is very famous and has been very famous for maybe even 8 years, 9 years. And when I say famous, maybe I should say infamous, because there has also been a lot of negative occurrences worldwide relating to ICO. So maybe just go through it step by step. An ICO is an initial coin offering. So all the cryptographic instruments that have already been discussed over the past 1.5 hours, they have to come into the market at some point. And what we are now discussing is what a company has to do, or an offer has to do to get these into the market, and why would they do this? They normally do it but to raise funds, obviously. So in a lot of cases, these are starting up businesses, but we've also seen a lot of more, even multinational companies really treading into the realm of making an initial coin offering. So rather than making an IPO or an initial public offering on a real exchange, let's call it, an ICO is just an issue of a cryptographic, a piece of code, which some people, for some reason, would want to buy. Well, normally the reason why you want to issue that is because you want to raise funds to explore and exploit your business. So normally these ICOs, they start with what is called a white paper. So a white paper is a document in which the issuer details what his idea is, what the problem is, and why his specific company provides a solution. These can be very interesting to read, but they can also be horrible. They could be very technical, or they could just be, to put it plainly, garbage. And that is also why ICOs are very infamous, because as we will see in the next slide, you don't have to go to it now, but as we will see when we flip to the next slide, ICOs in the 2017 and 18, they really took off, and there was a lot of money raised. At some point, there was an ICO in which 4.2 billion US dollars was raised, which was as much or even more than the top 3 venture capital raises in that year. So enormous amounts of money. But unfortunately, a lot of these very large raises actually ended very poorly. A very famous case is the Telegram, which I think a lot of you will know as the Russian messaging app. In 2018, they raised $1.7 billion into ICOs. However, in 2019, the American SEC actually forbade them to exhibit or exploit their product on the US market, on which actually the company declared that they would not bring their product to the market while still holding on to the 1.7 billion. But then the SEC actually ordered Telegram to refund 1.2 billion to investors, and also charged them with a hefty fine. So those are the bad things, and that is actually to illustrate to you that the ICO is actually the dinosaur of issuing coins on the market. But because there have been such bad experiences, people have looked further and developed the whole idea of how should you put your coin into the market. Because an ICO, to recap, is just something that anyone can do. We can do it together now with the audience. In the next 2 minutes, we can distribute a lot of coins into the marketplace. And if people want to buy them, they can. And we will have the money. We can do whatever we want with them. But that's not a very good basis for making a great company. So that is why we have a lot of developments ongoing since then. So when is the security token offering? Initial coin offerings, people predominantly try to make sure that they are not getting regulated by a local authority. But in security token offering, you actually try to ensure that you are being regulated. Of course, this brings a lot of hassle for the issuing party, because you have to comply with all normal legislation that, for example, applies to an IPO. So you have to have a prospectus, you have to do KYC, etc. But obviously there are benefits, and particularly for the investors, because you have a lot of assurance that it's a very legit party you're dealing with. A little bit in between is the IEO, or the initial exchange offering. So this is sort of a legit offering, but not as much as a security token offering. So an initial exchange offering actually means that an issuing party does the fundraise in partnership with an actual exchange. So that could be Coinbase, it could be Binance or Kraken or what have you. These exchanges actually do vetting of the project. So as an investor, you get a little bit more security that what you're investing in is actually something that will hold value. But on the downside, at least for the issuing party, there is a lot of hassle. Again, maybe not as much as dealing with actual government bodies, but there's a lot of hassle. There's a lot of costs involved because these exchanges actually will invoice you a large amounts, or they will demand that a substantial part of the offering actually is issued to them. Things have been moving on since then. So recent developments have been the IDO, the DICO, and for the sake of fun, also the INO. Just really briefly, an IDO, and it's also referring to Nicholas's presentation, is an initial digital exchange offering. So it looks a bit like the IEO, but now we're not dealing with an actual exchange, so a centralized party, but with a decentralized party. So that gives a lot of benefits for the issuing party, because you have the funds immediately available on the digital exchange once you have done the offering. There are a lot less costs involved, it's a lot cheaper because they don't charge as much as the actual exchanges. Another interesting development is the DICO, that's the distributed automated ICO. So that's actually grabbing back to the actual ICO, which is not regulated. There are no third parties involved. There are no checks. So that, again, sounds a bit dangerous as an investor. But what makes it better is that the distributed automated part, that means that there's actually a smart contract in charge of the ICO. And that means that either through governance tokens or by certain milestones, actually the investors are in charge of when certain parts of the funds that have been raised in the ICO are made available to the issuing party. So that puts the investor in the driver's seat, or at least to some extent into the driver's seat. So that gives them a lot more security. And last, and also a little bit least, I have to say, that's the INO. I want to mention it because it was also mentioned by Mexico in the beginning of the presentation. So that's an initial NFT offering, or a non-fungible token offering. So that is offering a token which could, for example, represent a piece of art. Just to put it out there. Maybe we can now go to the next slide. So this is underlining what I said earlier about ICOs. So you see in the middle of 2018 that ICO numbers were really spiking, and everyone who had a good idea or a bad idea, they tried to do an ICO and probably managed to raise a lot of funds. So you see there's a big decline in ICOs, which you could interpret as being that ICO is not very relevant anymore. But actually, it has become more relevant because it has grown up, so to speak, and we don't see as much cowboy practices as we used to. Then the next slide. Again, a short graph, putting in numbers IPOs, so regular IPOs, and then combining with ICOs and STOs. You see that actually the number of ICOs is diminishing, and also the capital raised, and the number of STOs is increasing. So you see that people are really looking at the next big thing. And this also, again, very shortly, this is the IEO, so the initial exchange offering. This is just to reflect that this actually gives a lot more security to investors, because you see here in a selection of various companies that performed an IEO that they actually managed to perform really well during the first few months.
Thank you very much, Pepin. I will have to go basically to I'm sorry about this, but I think that we will not have enough time to go through your two last slides. Really sorry about that, because that was a very, very interesting presentation, except that the audience gives us time to go back to those two slides after we have a very, very fast presentation by Juan Gualberto. Juan Gualberto, if we can, I'm sorry, that's all me to blame. But if you can just go through your presentation as fast as you can, and then I'll go back to Pepin to complete his presentation.
Yes, in Italy, cryptocurrencies can fall within the scope of the Italian inheritance and gift tax. Such tax apply to transfer upon death and gift or other transfer for no consideration. As regards the territorial scope, the residence of the deceased or the donor in Italy trigger a worldwide taxation liability. I mean that the inheritance and gift tax applies to any transfer upon death or gift of asset, irrespective of the location in Italy or abroad, held by an Italian resident individuals. On the contrary, the residence abroad of the deceased or the donor determines the applicability of the inheritance and gift tax on a territorial basis. This means that the tax applies to transfer of Italian status asset only. As regards the location of the asset, the Italian tax law provides for certain non-rebuttable presumption. For instance, with respect to bank accounts, the amounts held with Italian resident intermediaries are considered to be located in Italy for inheritance and gift tax purposes, considering that the Italian tax authorities has maintained that the cryptocurrencies are assimilated to foreign fiat currencies. The cryptocurrencies qualifies as Italian status asset to the extent that they are held with Italian tax resident custodians. In the scenario where the cryptocurrencies are held with a non-Italian tax resident custodians with no Italian permanent establishment in Italy, they are considered as held abroad. The tax rate of the inheritance and gift tax can range between 4% and 8%, depending on the relationship between the transferor and the heirs or the donee, and transfer in favor of the spouse or direct descendants or ancestors are subject to a 4% tax rate on the amount exceeding 1 million of euro. Transfer in favor of brother and sister and subject to a 6% rate on the amount exceeding 100,000 euros. Transfer in favor of other relatives are subject to a 6% with no exemption, and also any other transfer, so transfer to persons or other subjects that are not related to kinship each other, are subject to an 8% tax rate. The exemption provided are for each beneficiary and are reduced by the value of the previous gift that benefited from the exemption. In addition, Italy grants also a foreign tax credit for taxes paid abroad, that cannot exceed the amount of the Italian inheritance gift tax on the same asset. As regards the taxable basis, basically it is represented by the fair market value of the asset transferred. As regards cryptocurrencies and crypto asset in general, there are no specific guidance. And specific provision, but it's possible to argue that since they are assimilated to foreign currencies, the relevant taxable basis for cryptocurrencies should be equal to the fair market value converted to euro according to exchange rate of the date of the transfer, so the date of the debt or the gift. Since the Bank of Italy does not publish any official tax rate, the Italian tax authorities clarified that it's possible to use the exchange rate applied by the main exchanger that operate in the market, such as Coinbase, Kraken, and so on. Finally, next slide, please. Thank you. Finally, in 2017, the Italian government introduced a new beneficial regime for a net worth individual that intends to relocate to Italy. In order to benefit from such a regime, the individuals must have been resident abroad for tax purposes for at least 9 out of 10 tax periods before their relocation. This regime is very beneficial also for individuals holding crypto because under the regime, any foreign source income, including the capital gain arising from the sale of cryptocurrencies held with non-Italian custodians, is subject to an annual 100,000 flat tax. In addition, under the regime, the transfer upon death or any other gratuitous transfer of asset held abroad is not subject to inheritance and gift tax. And furthermore, no wealth taxes applies to assets held abroad, including cryptos held with foreign intermediaries. And also the applicant of this regime are exempt, are not required to fulfill the Italian FPAR obligation. So they are not required to disclose their foreign asset with the Italian tax authorities. So no disclosure also with respect to the amounts held in cryptocurrencies held with foreign intermediaries. Finally, with respect to this regime, it's possible to file an advance ruling request with the Italian tax authorities in order to get a confirmation, first of all, about on the eligibility of the applicant for the regime. And it's also possible to file the ruling in order to get clearance on the fact that a specific item of income, such as the income arising from the holding or the transfer of cryptocurrencies, is covered by the annual 100,000 flat tax.
Okay, thank you very much, Gianco Alberto.
Thank you, Monica.
I don't know if I can make use of this conference room for a little more to go back to Pepin and have him just follow up on the last 2 slides. He's still got to go. I'll just go back to the slides, and if we are interrupted, you will have to bear with me.
Okay, I'll start talking quickly. I think this is actually a very nice summary of everything we've been hearing today and relating that to actual tax advising. So we've heard that there is no official guidance from tax authorities, or very little, all over the world. Let's not go into that anymore because we're all very upset about that, but we cannot change it currently. But what does that mean? For example, if your client says, I want to do a fundraise through an ICO, yeah, you immediately run into a lot of problems because, as you see depicted on the slide, the investors in the ICO, they're obviously not shareholders. So the company is now receiving, let's say fiat currency in return for the coins. So what is that? Is that actually profit? Normally you would say, you don't really have an obligation normally. So you cannot really enter something on the balance sheet to offset the profit that you might have. Or maybe you can structure, and that is actually what a lot of people are doing. Maybe you can structure and say, but actually I do have an obligation because I'm raising these funds because I have to invest into the metaverse project I am currently distributing. So maybe you can postpone your profit or even cancel the profit that you're raising with the ICO by entering something on the balance sheet to offset that. But also we get into the realm which was already discussed by, for example, Spain and Canada, where you say, but is the BV not actually selling a coin and getting something in return, cash? So is it actually a product, and do I have to pay VAT on that? Because the company is just an entrepreneur selling a product that is something cryptographic, but who cares? So that is a big problem. And also when we look at the investor itself, say that the company is actually trying to do something that looks like an actual share, like a security token. The company, in a lot of countries, you have a participation exemption that gives you an exemption from capital gains if you make a realization on the shares that you hold. But in this instance, probably you will find in the local legislation that actually these tokens do not qualify as shares. So maybe you do not get a participation exemption, so you're fully taxed on the capital gain. So maybe go to the next slide. So just to give you a demonstration of what in the Netherlands we've been concocting to try and see if we can find a solution. So again, there's also disclaimed on the slides, this is not a perfect tax advising, but it does give you an impression of the route that we have to take to navigate all the laws that are definitely not intended for coins and tokens. So this is a structure that we're thinking of in the Netherlands, where we actually have a foundation, a not-for-profit foundation making the offering. And we're saying the foundation is actually not, it's not an entrepreneur for VAT purposes. It doesn't perform an economic activity because, it's actually just doing nothing. It's just making an issue and it's receiving the funds, but immediately passing it on. But it's passing it on because it holds the shares in the BV, and so it can actually make a capital contribution. So instead of the recipient being the BV that maybe has to account for a profit because it may have sold a product, actually now it's receiving a capital contribution just like any other company that does, for example, an IPO. So actually by making this structure, we've made like a hybrid capital or shareholder structure specifically for ICOs. So again, I think this demonstrates that it's very difficult to navigate laws that have definitely not been intended for the cryptographic world. But still, if you're creative, solutions may be found. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Pep, and I'm sorry for the interruption. I wanted to make sure that we could hear about Italy's treatment of the gift and inheritance tax, and it was very nice to be able to come back to you and to complete this analysis, which is in all cases very useful. Thank you all for having joined this panel. I am really, really happy to have had you participating with us, and I do hope that we have another opportunity of discussing all these crowdfunding and crypto asset issues that we will definitely have to hear of in the very next days. Thank you very much.
And thank you for the invitation, Monica.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Monica.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bueno, queremos darle un agradecimiento muy especial a Mónica Reyes y a todos los panelistas que nos acaban de brindar este panel tan interesante y también a todos los que siguen conectados con nosotros el día de hoy en nuestro segundo día de Congreso. En nombre de nuestro presidente Andrés González, me permito dar continuación a nuestro siguiente panel en la agenda, el cual abordará un tema muy interesante también para las compañías, el tema de reorganizaciones empresariales, ventas indirectas y la utilización de vehículos de adquisición de propósito especial. En este panel contaremos con Adrián Rodríguez, socio de Levin Wills, quien va a ser el moderador y liderar este panel. También contaremos con la participación de Ciro Mesa, socio de Baker & McKenzie, Mauricio Piñeros, socio de Gómez Pinzón, Jairo Higuita, socio de Jiménez Higuita, Rodríguez y Asociados, y con una invitada muy especial que viene desde Chile para darnos su perspectiva del derecho comparado sobre este tema. Ella es Adriana Zaidán, especializada en temas de tributación internacional y socia de Ulloa y Compañía. Así que, no siendo más, Adrián, te dejo con el panel para que nos compartan todo lo que tienen preparado para el día de hoy.
María Alejandra, muchas gracias. Gracias a ti por la organización, a Andrés González por la invitación, a la Comisión Científica, Juan Pablos, los dos Juan Pablos, Wills y Robledo, también por invitarnos. Hoy les tenemos con esta parrilla de panelistas ilustres un tema que es bien interesante y les voy a compartir acá la pantalla. Perfecto. Que se llama Reorganizaciones Empresariales, Enajenaciones Indirectas y SPACs. Para comenzar y poner en contexto a quienes no están familiarizados con el régimen de enajenación indirecta, veamos una breve definición. Para efectos de impuestos sobre la renta y complementarios en Colombia, de acuerdo con el artículo 90-3, la enajenación a cualquier título de acciones, participaciones o derechos en entidades del exterior que resulten de la enajenación indirecta de activos ubicados en Colombia está grabada en el país. Y este régimen prevé principalmente solo dos excepciones. Vamos a ver después de esto. Uno, pues que los activos que se están enajenando sean acciones que estén inscritas en una bolsa de valores reconocida por el gobierno nacional, que cuente con un mercado secundario, siempre que dichas acciones enajenadas no estén concentradas en más de un 20% en un mismo beneficiario real. O dos, cuando el valor en libros y de mercado de los activos subyacentes que se están enajenando directamente no exceda el 20% de los activos globales poseídos por la entidad del exterior que se enajena. Entonces, eso nos posiciona en el tema de enajenaciones indirectas y veamos ahora brevemente qué es una SPAC. Y una SPAC, pues, que es un invento gringo, por lo menos el término como tal, es una Special Purpose Acquisition Company, y básicamente lo que hace una SPAC es que unos genios, que se llaman unos fundadores o unos sponsors, que son reconocidos por la consecución de negocios y su pedigrí en el tema de nuevos negocios y proyectos, establecen, incorporan una compañía y esa compañía va a una bolsa de valores, típicamente Nasdaq, y hace un IPO, una oferta pública inicial, pero en ese momento, distinto a los IPOs normales, pues no hay un negocio específico haciendo esa oferta pública, sino que son ellos promocionándose y promocionando su pedigrí y diciendo, oiga, nosotros somos tan buenos que apuéstenle plata a esto, señores inversionistas, yo me quedo con el 20% como mi recompensa, ustedes con el 80%, ponemos esa plata en un trust y nos vamos a buscar un negocio privado para comprar, que nos dé mucha rentabilidad. Eso, en términos generales, es un SPAC. Este no es un panel de SPACs, entonces dejemos esta definición ahí y pasemos entonces a nuestro caso base. Por alguna razón, ya, hay un delay en pasar los slides, luego les pido me acompañen. Con mis copanelistas diseñamos para ustedes y para explicar los distintos temas que se dan alrededor de esto el siguiente caso. Ustedes ven ahí en el círculo anaranjado unos sponsors, vamos a decir que son unos colombianos. Esos sponsors incorporan como primer paso el famoso vehículo de propósito especial para la adquisición, la SPAC, y esa SPAC hace el IPO en Nasdaq. Después del IPO en Nasdaq, esa SPAC, para propósitos de este ejercicio, aporta la plata a una holdco porque va a ser destinada a convertirse en la holdco de la Target Company, que es una sociedad extranjera en Panamá, que es a su vez la dueña en un 100% del negocio que estos sponsors tienen en vista y van a adquirir para sus inversionistas, que en este caso es la compañía colombiana Colco, con unos activos ubicados en Colombia. Esa compañía colombiana Colco, a través de Target Co, la compañía panameña, tiene dos dueños, un vendedor extranjero que está en Alemania, un vendedor colombiano, 50-50. La holdco, entonces, compra de esos vendedores la Target Co. Y posteriormente, la holdco y la Target Co., perdón, la SPAC y la holdco se fusionan y los sponsors, al final de este ejercicio, cogen el 20% de su participación para hacer su cash out y lo venden a través de Nasdaq. Ese es nuestro caso base y vamos entonces a ver los issues que nuestros panelistas tienen para todos ustedes. Entonces, en este primer paso, que es holdco comprando de los vendedores extranjero y colombiano las acciones de la compañía panameña Target Co. Jairo, ¿por qué no nos cuentas cómo ves el tema de los efectos fiscales y las potenciales dificultades o discusiones que pueden haber alrededor de este tema? Antes déjame, perdón, que lo omití algo, la tesis que queremos a través de este ejercicio proponerle al auditorio es que, contrario a otras jurisdicciones, el régimen de enajenaciones indirectas colombiano prevé una transparencia parcial en la que en algunos casos los elementos de la obligación tributaria se determinan como si los activos subyacentes ubicados en Colombia se enajenan directamente por el enajenante en el extranjero, no residente, y en otros considera otras circunstancias de otros sujetos y otros activos diferentes a los que se enajenan indirectamente, y que esto genera unas distorsiones, resulta contrario al principio de neutralidad tributaria en algunos casos, atenta contra la capacidad contributiva del enajenante, y en términos generales es un régimen que genera una falta de certeza jurídica en materia tributaria. Esa es la tesis que nos proponemos a través de este ejercicio de mostrar y proponer al auditorio. Perdóname, Jairo, se me ha pasado hacerlo en la tesis. Y ahora sí te doy la palabra.
Perfecto, no, pues Adrián, muchas gracias y muchas gracias a todos los panelistas que pues, nos acompañan desarrollando este tema. A ver, no, en esencia, digamos que ¿qué ocurre en el planteamiento? Y arranquemos con el primero de los puntos, aplicación del régimen frente al vendedor extranjero. Lo primero que hay que decir, y lo estuvimos revisando con todos, es que en esencia que haya detrás como adquirente de unas acciones o a través de una sociedad de este tipo de activos, pues en principio no genera ninguna consecuencia si quien lo adquiere es una SPAC o una compañía de propósito especial creada por el SPAC, porque como lo planteó Adrián al principio, la excepción a no gravar las ventas indirectas a efectos fiscales en Colombia se predica es respecto de la enajenación de acciones, pero de una compañía que cotiza en una bolsa. Entonces, realmente, para que se perfeccione la operación y se cumpla el presupuesto de no gravarla, pues necesariamente no es que el SPAC adquiera, porque el SPAC no, o mejor, las acciones del SPAC no es lo que se está enajenando. Lo que se está enajenando en este caso, pues son las acciones de la sociedad vendedora colombiana, de la sociedad vendedora en Alemania, respecto del target, y en consecuencia, pues el hecho de que haya un SPAC, pues no traduce o no genera una eficiencia o una simetría en materia tributaria. Eso es lo primero que uno debería señalar. Ahora, segundo, que creo que es muy importante, en el caso planteado frente a las asimetrías, producto de cuál debe ser la aproximación, el análisis que uno debe hacer al momento de abordar el artículo 93, pues tenemos retos enormes, porque uno lo que observa es una mixtura, una confusión, porque para algunos casos pareciera que el régimen de ventas indirectas plantear una transparencia, es decir, que siempre se tuviera la aplicación del régimen como si directamente la sociedad poseedora de los activos en Colombia, sea acciones o sea bienes, enajenara directamente el activo. Y en otros casos, pareciera que es un régimen opaco y se deben tener en cuenta es la enajenación del vehículo o de las acciones o de las unidades de participación, porque recuerden que puede ser un vehículo en el exterior, no importa su naturaleza, sea sociedad, sea fondo, sea sociedad fiduciaria, o sea, mejor, sea una entidad fiduciaria, pero en otros casos se tiene en cuenta es el valor o digamos el monto o digamos la transferencia que se hace en el exterior para efectos de la determinación de algunos elementos. Entonces, lo primero que habría que señalar es que ahí tenemos serias complicaciones y adicionalmente, que lo vamos a tratar más adelante, la falta de claridad, porque pareciera que en Colombia el régimen de ventas indirectas aplica para los residentes, como lo va a comentar más adelante Adriana, pues en Chile ese régimen no es aplicable, pues porque en esencia, igual en Colombia, los residentes pues tributan por rentas de fuente nacional extranjera, entonces no hace mucho sentido aplicar un régimen de enajenaciones indirectas a residentes y como vamos a ver ahí también se pueden generar arbitrajes o asimetrías. Entonces digamos que el primer caso o el primer elemento lo pongo frente a los costos fiscales. Si uno revisa el decreto 1103, que es el decreto que desarrolla el artículo 93 del estatuto, hay un artículo de ese decreto que pues, se incorpora al decreto único reglamentario en materia tributaria, el DUR, es el artículo 12164 y señala que en lo que tiene que ver con ventas indirectas, en la primera enajenación indirecta, que recuerden que esta disposición al final termina siendo una disposición relativamente reciente en Colombia, incorporada por la ley 1943 del 2018, y en esencia digamos que cuando yo realizo una enajenación indirecta, es decir, cuando el vendedor colombiano y cuando el vendedor extranjero, en este caso la sociedad en Alemania y la sociedad en Colombia, enajenan las participaciones que tienen en la target panameña, que a su vez tiene las acciones en una sociedad colombiana, pues en principio lo que establece la disposición, ese artículo que acabo de señalar, es que el costo fiscal que se debe tener en cuenta para efectos de la determinación de la renta o de la ganancia ocasional es el costo fiscal de las acciones que tiene la panameña en la colombiana. Y eso ya entra, pues genera muchas complicaciones, porque es probable que el vendedor colombiano y el vendedor alemán hayan adquirido esta compañía, porque adquirieron fue la panameña, hace 10 años, o hace 7 años, o hace 6 años, o 3, por un valor superior al costo fiscal que hoy tiene la sociedad panameña en la sociedad colombiana. Entonces, ahí empezamos a identificar un primer inconveniente. ¿Por qué? Porque en esencia, pues esto genera problemas de capacidad contributiva, porque definitivamente el valor pagado por el vendedor colombiano y por el vendedor alemán respecto a la compra que está haciendo la compañía holding, que es un vehículo de propósito especial creado por el SPAC, pues no atiende al verdadero costo fiscal pagado por esas acciones por parte de los dos, digamos, contribuyentes, en este caso el vendedor colombiano y el vendedor alemán. Pero aún es más dramática la situación cuando el mismo decreto, en el artículo siguiente, en el 1.2, 1.265, señala que en la segunda venta indirecta el costo fiscal que se tendrá para efectos de la enajenación, es decir, que una vez venda el vendedor alemán y una vez venda el colombiano la target panameña a la Holco, que al final panameña, de la cual es propietaria el SPAC, que digamos está listado en Nasdaq, pues el costo fiscal de esa Holco sí será el valor pagado a Alemania y el valor pagado a Colombia, y no el costo fiscal que se tiene entre la sociedad panameña y la sociedad colombiana. Lo que genera una distorsión que la verdad no tiene mucho sentido y no puede uno explicar, por lo menos desde los principios tributarios, cuál es la asimetría, porque en un caso tengo un costo fiscal en la primera enajenación indirecta y porque en la segunda sí tengo el costo fiscal realmente pagado. Por eso es que frente al tema de una transparencia full o una transparencia total, pues definitivamente hay que tener mucho cuidado, porque yo creo que en esencia lo que debe ser el costo fiscal en las enajenaciones indirectas, pues tiene que ser el valor pagado, o sea, el costo fiscal es lo que pagué, lo que realmente, o la erogación que realmente hizo el contribuyente, en este caso el vendedor alemán y el vendedor colombiano. Entonces, digamos que ahí encontramos una primera simetría, una primera dificultad, y la verdad no entendemos por qué el decreto reglamentario establece esas diferencias en donde hay un régimen de transparencia para la primera venta y donde hay un régimen de costo indirecto, es decir, el verdadero costo pagado por el comprador o el segundo comprador indirecto en la operación. Otro tema importante, el tema de las ganancias ocasionales. Es un tema también bien curioso, y es que recuerden que pues, en Colombia hay una simetría enorme entre la tarifa corporativa, que pues, al próximo año es el 35%, y las ganancias ocasionales, que es del 10%. Porque hay una simetría enorme. Entonces, la consecuencia de que la enajenación, en este caso indirecta, sea a título de ganancia ocasional o a título de renta ordinaria, pues es enorme. Es decir, estamos hablando de 25 puntos de diferencia. Y la disposición tributaria también trae algo muy curioso, y es que el artículo 93 señala que para determinar si la venta indirecta produce o trae como consecuencia una ganancia ocasional, una renta ordinaria, dice el 93, debo tener en cuenta el tiempo de posesión, ¿cierto?, de los accionistas en la sociedad target panameña, no en la sociedad colombiana. Entonces, ¿qué puede pasar? Que si yo, sociedad target panameña, tengo un tiempo de posesión en la sociedad colombiana de 1 año y medio, pero el vendedor colombiano y el vendedor alemán tienen en la panameña un tiempo de posesión superior a 2 años, aunque lo que se está enajenando es las acciones de la sociedad colombiana de forma indirecta, a efectos de la determinación del impuesto de renta, como lo que se debe tener en cuenta es el tiempo de posesión en el target panameño, pues esto será una ganancia ocasional y no una renta ordinaria. Entonces volvemos a lo mismo, hay una confusión. Aquí entonces no hay un régimen de transparencia full, sino que se debe tener en cuenta es el tiempo de posesión que tiene el vehículo, pues en este caso Panamá, ¿cierto? Pero el tiempo de posesión no en la sociedad o en el punto de contacto en Colombia, en el activo en Colombia, acciones o cualquier otro activo, sino en las acciones de la sociedad que tiene los activos en Colombia. Entonces, también es curioso porque en esencia pareciera que lo que se debe tener en cuenta no es un tema, digamos, estático, sino que pareciera analizar la operación es respecto de lo que están enajenando realmente los vendedores indirectos y no tanto el punto de contacto que se tiene en Colombia. Pareciera que es lo más razonable. Por eso el tema de transparencia total, pues es un tema que hay que entrar a revisar muy a fondo, porque reitero, no es que el artículo 93 tome una posición de fondo, sino que tiene una mixtura que al final, reitero, lo que termina es generando muchos arbitrajes, porque al final voy a poder hacer planación, especialmente para que la operación termine siendo vía ganancia ocasional, porque yo puedo crear un vehículo donde el que tengo un vehículo en el exterior, donde tengo acciones por más de 2 años, y ese sea el vehículo que enajeno, y en consecuencia yo al enajenar eso puedo tener un activo que tenga mucho menos de 2 años en Colombia y sin embargo vía venta indirecta lo termino enajenando como una ganancia ocasional. Y un tercer tema muy interesante, que era un tema que planteamos muy a detalle con Adriana por la experiencia chilena, y es que en Colombia fluye de la disposición del 93 y del decreto reglamentario que los residentes en Colombia, que son enajenantes indirectos, pareciera que de forma preferente se debería aplicar el régimen de ventas indirectas. Pero entonces Adriana siempre se reía mucho porque entonces imagínense este supuesto. Si yo realmente estoy enajenando unas acciones de una sociedad, pensemos que la target, ¿cierto? Es una sociedad que está en bolsa, ¿cierto? Y es una de las bolsas reconocidas de acuerdo a la resolución que tiene la DIAN, es una bolsa en Nueva York, ¿cierto? Y entonces yo al enajenar, ¿cierto? Pero como no estoy enajenando más del 20%, porque la disposición dice que esté en bolsa y que el mismo beneficiario efectivo final o real, hoy con el concepto de beneficiario final muy propio de la última reforma tributaria, la 2155, no estoy vendiendo más del 20%, entonces esa operación no sería grabada porque en virtud del régimen de ventas indirectas no estoy enajenando más del 20%, así el vendedor sea un residente colombiano porque tributa por rentas de fuente nacional extranjera. Pues obviamente pareciera que esa interpretación no sería válida, pero uno sí observa que el 93 trata de ser una disposición especial y preferente frente a las reglas generales. Entonces, obviamente, es curioso y como nos va a contar Adriana más adelante, pues evidentemente el régimen de enajenación indirecta no posee para residentes. Y yo creo que ahí tenemos que avanzar, o sea, la propuesta y que al unísono concluimos todos los panelistas es que definitivamente el régimen de ventas indirectas en residentes colombianos no hace ningún sentido y lo que sí genera, pues obviamente es una serie de cargas, de obligaciones, de complejidades enormes, cuando al final, pues el enajenante indirecto, si es un residente colombiano, pues va a capturar siempre las rentas en Colombia vía pues rentas de fuente mundial. Entonces, digamos que simplemente queremos plantear, más que un tema de cerrarlo, es un tema inacabado, pero sí plantearnos unas discusiones y unas preguntas, porque evidentemente el régimen pareciera que sí necesita unos ajustes, e incluso vamos a ver temas más adelante que lo hacen más complejo, a efectos, digamos, de que fluya fácilmente, porque de entrada recuerden que igual para la administración de impuestos fiscalizar este tema no es nada fácil, porque realmente en Colombia no termina ocurriendo nada. El inversionista que aparece en Colombia del exterior será el mismo y realmente aquí no va a haber cambios en lo que tiene que ver con el inversionista. Yo creo que esos son como los temas, Adrián, salvo que alguno de los panelistas quiera agregar algo, y si no, si estás de acuerdo, pues que de pronto Adrián nos cuente frente a esta asimetría de la experiencia en Chile.
Muy bien, gracias Jairo. Entonces, para contrastar y resaltar tres temas importantes, si bien es loable el objetivo antiabuso de la norma y el régimen de enajenaciones indirectas en Colombia, la forma en que se estructuró genera unas asimetrías y si se compara frente a lo que sería una venta directa de esos activos subyacentes, puede generar distorsiones y atentar contra el principio de neutralidad, porque por precisamente lo que señalaba Jairo, uno, pues ver distintos, por ejemplo, holding periods en distintos activos, el tema de la determinación del costo para la transacción, y eso es lo que nos lleva a concluir en el panel que pues la transparencia es una transparencia parcial, que además puede ser perjudicial y generar unas diferencias. Y el otro tema, si hace o no, porque cabe preguntarse si hace sentido que el régimen de enajenaciones indirectas dentro de ese propósito antiabuso aplique o no a los residentes colombianos, cuando muy bien lo señala Jairo. Los residentes igual están grabados vía renta de fuente mundial, la cláusula de gravamen del sometimiento al impuesto sobre la renta de las rentas de fuente mundial de los residentes colombianos, cuando veremos en términos generales esas cláusulas de offshore indirect transfers están concebidas es para los no residentes. Con eso quisiera, uno, darte nuevamente la bienvenida, Adriana, a este panel. Como ya lo mencionó Alejandra, Adriana es una abogada chilena y si ustedes recuerdan, supuestamente Chile es el modelo que Colombia siguió para nuestro régimen de enajenaciones indirectas, pero ya vamos a desmitificar eso con la valiosa colaboración de Adriana. Adriana, te damos la palabra.
Gracias, Adrián. Gracias a IFA Colombia por esta ilustre invitación. Me siento muy contenta de poder estar aquí con ustedes y aprender un poco más del régimen colombiano. Yo que siempre criticaba mucho la norma chilena, después de conocer a la colombiana, lo estoy repensando un poco. Encuentro que tenemos algunos temas resueltos que no había imaginado que podrían ser distintos en el fondo. Entonces, contarles un poco qué es lo que pasa en Chile. En Chile no hay ninguna duda que la norma de venta indirecta, si la llamamos, se aplica solamente a los no residentes en Chile. Si el enajenante fuera residente en Chile, se aplican las normas comunes y corrientes que van a depender si el enajenante es una persona jurídica o una persona natural, van a tener distintos impuestos. Después de eso, tenemos que ver si hay una aplicación real de la norma de venta indirecta, porque esa sí tiene algunos requisitos, y en esto es algo similar a lo que existe en Colombia, con algunas diferencias que vamos a comentar acá. La primera cosa es que para que se aplique la norma de venta indirecta, si mirar lo que pasa en Colombia, la ley determina que la sociedad chilena, suponiendo aquí en el ejemplo que sería Chileco y no Colco, tiene que representar más de un 20% del valor de mercado de la participación de Target Co que se enajena. Ya este es el ejemplo número 1. Tenemos una norma de excepción a esto, que si el valor de la transacción supera algo que sería cercano a los 160 millones de dólares, entonces esta excepción ya no corre y la norma se aplica independientemente de cuánto pese Chile en el total del deal, en el fondo. Después de esto también hay una norma respecto de la cantidad de participación que se enajena, y la norma se va a aplicar en la medida en que se enajene un 10% o más del capital de Target. ¿Ya? Entonces, si aquí estoy en una situación que tengo un 5% de Target y vendo mi 5%, no debiera estar sujeta a la aplicación de la norma de venta indirecta. Da lo mismo acá si la venta se hace en bolsa o si no se hace en bolsa. Es para cualquiera de las situaciones. Entonces, tenemos ciertas diferencias. Varias de las discusiones que vamos a tener acá para el caso de Colombia están razonablemente resueltas en el caso chileno, como es el caso de si se aplica o no a los residentes. Y después está el tema de cómo se aplica esta norma, y si hay transparencia o si no hay transparencia. Y acá en Chile, existen dos regímenes que se pueden aplicar a elección del contribuyente. Ya el enajenante puede decidir que va a aplicar la norma considerando la tributación desde la perspectiva de su participación directa en Target, y esto va a determinar entonces cuál es la base de su impuesto. El costo va a ser el valor de adquisición de Target, de su participación en Target, y el valor de venta va a ser el valor de venta de Target en la proporción que corresponde a lo que pesa Chile dentro de Target. Entonces, se vende por 100, Chile pesa un 20%, entonces el valor de venta para efecto de la determinación de la base imponible va a ser 20. Si es que el enajenante elige el sistema de transparencia, entonces vamos a determinar la base imponible y el sistema de tributación, pensando que Target estaría vendiendo directamente las acciones de Chileco. ¿Ya? En este caso se ocupa como costo tributario el costo que tiene Target en Chileco, y como valor de venta el mismo principio en el fondo, el valor de venta total proporcionalizado por lo que pesa Chile en el total del deal. En este segundo caso, si es que esta venta fuera directa y se aplicaran ciertos beneficios, hoy en día hay muy pocos beneficios en la venta de acciones chilenas, se han ido eliminando. Cuando la norma entró en vigencia, había un beneficio que era muy potente respecto de las enajenaciones, si eran no habituales, de acciones, y se cumplían ciertos requisitos. Entonces, los impuestos internos que la autoridad tributaria chilena y la ley también lo han mencionado, es que si yo aplico este segundo régimen, que sería de transparencia fiscal total, entonces yo podría también aplicar beneficios que puedan existir en una venta directa. Ese es un poco lo que pasa en Chile en pocas palabras.
Muy bien, Adriana, muchas gracias. Mauricio, Ciro, en este primer punto, ¿tienen algo que agregar?
No, no, por mi parte.
No, Adrián.
Muchas gracias. Para efectos metodológicos, permítanme aclararle a la audiencia, siempre que Adriana se refiere al caso chileno, acá en el ejercicio las compañías colombianas piensen que son chilenas para que sigan un poco el análisis que hace Adriana de cada uno de los pasos del caso base. Vamos entonces al siguiente tema. Y una vez a través de Holco, la SPAC, los inversionistas y los sponsors han adquirido la Target Co., que es la dueña de la compañía colombiana que tiene un negocio operativo, va a limpiar un poco la estructura, la SPAC, y entonces hay una fusión por absorción entre SPAC y Holco. Holco es absorbida río arriba por SPAC. Y en este caso, Mauricio, pues la pregunta obligada es si sí aplica o no aplica el régimen de enajenaciones indirectas, en qué términos aplica y si se puede o no considerar que es neutra esa fusión, bien sea en virtud de las normas y aplicación a las normas de la organización general o vía la misma excepción. En el ejemplo, para que la audiencia tenga presente, vamos a tratar dos hipótesis. Uno, en el que un primer caso en el que los activos, que la compañía colombiana es 100%, perdón, son el 100% los activos de esa Target Co., y otro en el que hay dos compañías, una en Chile y otra en Colombia, en la que la chilena representa el 90% y la colombiana solo el 10%. Mauricio.
Bueno, digamos que para empezar a responder esa pregunta, lo primero que uno dice es si aplica el régimen de enajenaciones indirectas, por disposición expresa del artículo 90-3 del Estatuto Tributario, que establece precisamente que en el caso de fusiones y escisiones entre entidades extranjeras que involucren una enajenación indirecta, se aplicarán las disposiciones del artículo 319-8 del Estatuto. En ese ejemplo que estamos viendo, en este caso que estamos viendo, es la sociedad, la SPAC, absorbiendo a la compañía panameña, a esa compañía Holco. Y eso pues implica una enajenación indirecta de las acciones de la compañía colombiana. Y entonces habría lugar a esa, y entonces tenemos que hacer ese reenvío, esa remisión a el artículo 319-8 para saber si esa enajenación indirecta de las acciones de la compañía colombiana está grabada. Entonces, como ustedes recuerdan, el artículo 319-8 es un artículo que se aplica a la transferencia directa de activos ubicados en Colombia como consecuencia de fusiones o escisiones de sociedades extranjeras. Es una norma que se creó después de la transacción de la fusión entre la holding de Bavaria y S.A.B. Miller, y por esa razón se creó. Y aquí, esto nos lleva a una discusión como una remisión al 319-8. El 319-8, por regla general, dice que las transferencias de activos ubicados en Colombia como consecuencia de fusiones y escisiones están grabadas, pero hay una excepción y nos lleva a la discusión sobre la aplicación de esa excepción. Aquí yo tengo una tesis que no me entusiasma, les soy honesto, a mí no me entusiasma, me gusta más la que les va a contar Jairo más adelante, pero pues tengo que ser honesto con ustedes y darles mi interpretación de la aplicación de ese artículo 319-8, y es una discusión que no se genera por el régimen de enajenaciones indirectas, es una discusión que se genera por la redacción del artículo 319-8, completamente del parágrafo del artículo 319-8. Como saben, ese parágrafo se refiere a las enajenaciones de activos ubicados en Colombia como consecuencia de fusiones y escisiones que se exceptúan de la aplicación de la regla general. Y eso ocurre cuando los activos ubicados en Colombia, mirados con base en los estados financieros consolidados de la matriz de esas sociedades o de esa sociedad que en este caso es esa compañía colombiana, representan menos del 20% del valor total de los activos de esa matriz, en este caso la SPAC. Si eso es así, entonces estaríamos en el caso de una enajenación indirecta de la compañía colombiana, que no estaría grabada. Asumamos que los activos de la SPAC, Colombia no representa más del 20%. Pero si representa más del 20%, en mi opinión, ya no hay que hacer un test adicional y sencillamente, en mi opinión, aquí hay una acción indirecta de las acciones de la compañía colombiana que estaría grabada en Colombia. Lo que pasa es que ese parágrafo del artículo 319-8 tiene una mención y una referencia a las fusiones y escisiones reorganizativas o adquisitivas que establece la regulación colombiana y dice que las operaciones a que se refiere ese parágrafo se regirán por las normas de las fusiones reorganizativas y adquisitivas. Entonces, ¿qué efecto le da uno a esa frase final del parágrafo? La interpretación que yo tengo es que la norma me dice si los activos ubicados en Colombia representan menos del 20% del valor total de los activos, medido eso con base en los estados financieros consolidados de la matriz, entonces, si representan más del 20% de los activos ubicados en Colombia, representan más del 20%, entonces la enajenación está grabada, y si no está grabada, esa, digamos, no gravabilidad sigue las reglas de las fusiones y escisiones reorganizativas o adquisitivas. ¿Eso qué significa? En mi opinión, que hay una continuidad en el costo, no obstante que ha habido, digamos, una transferencia del activo. Estoy hablando de la aplicación del 319-8 que está para las enajenaciones directas, o fue originalmente redactado para las enajenaciones directas. Hay una continuidad en los costos, hay una continuidad en los tiempos de posesión, hay una continuidad en la naturaleza de fijo o movible del activo que se está transfiriendo en virtud de la fusión o escisión extranjera. Esto en enajenaciones indirectas es aún más complicado porque no hay transferencia efectiva de activos ubicados en Colombia. No hay ninguna transferencia. Entonces, ¿cómo aplico esa referencia a enajenaciones, a fusiones y decisiones reorganizativas o adquisitivas? Es el reto. Y yo, pues, teniendo en cuenta que la norma se creó para enajenaciones directas, sigo pensando lo mismo. Hay continuidad en los costos, en la naturaleza del activo, en el tiempo de posesión, etc. Es la consecuencia de aplicar esa última frase del parágrafo del artículo 319-8. Pero como les había anunciado, pues Jairo tiene otra posición que, repito, a mí me gusta más, pero me parece más difícil. Entonces le voy a dar la palabra a Jairo para que nos cuente.
Pero para moderar ahí, antes de darle la palabra a Jairo, entonces, ojo, la excepción del 90-3 habla del 20%, sí, al igual que el 319-8, 20%, con un lenguaje algo distinto, ¿no? Y uno es el valor en libros y mercado, y en el 319-8 ya habla, además de la sociedad enajenante, y en el otro habla de la matriz de las dos sociedades fusionadas. Y eso lleva a pensar si sí se está haciendo o no efectivamente con la referencia al 319-8 en el 90-3 a un carve-out de la excepción del 90-3, una excepción a la excepción y que remite allá al 319-8, que es lo que trae, tal vez llevó a esta discusión en el panel, de si puede o no haber además una aplicación extraterritorial de los requisitos de 319-4 y raya 6, y ahí sí, Jairo, el piso es todo tuyo. Te doy la palabra.
No, pues muchas gracias, Adrián y Mauricio. Obviamente, a ver, no, este tema lo discutimos mucho cuando preparamos el panel. En esencia, ¿qué ocurre? Pues primero lo que planteó Mauricio, y es que esa implantación de una disposición de régimen de venta directa al régimen de venta indirecta, pues ya de entrada queda un conflicto. Y es lo que hemos planteado desde el inicio del panel, y es que esa remisión que hace el 93 de forma expresa al 319.8, pues ya de entrada genera muchas dificultades, entre otras porque, como lo decía Adrián, la misma determinación del 20%, para las ventas indirectas en general es el 20% del valor de mercado y el valor en libros. Pero si es una fusión con base en la remisión al 319.8, 319.8 solo habla del 20% de valor en libros de la sociedad que consolida. Entonces ya ahí entra una simetría. Segundo, claro, aquí realmente pues en Colombia no ocurre nada, porque en las ventas indirectas, frente al caso que tenemos en el slide, pues se ve que lo que se está adquiriendo es la sociedad colombiana, producto de una fusión de la Holco, ¿cierto?, panameña con el SPAC. Pero recordemos que el SPAC es 100% accionista de la Holco. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Si uno hace una interpretación, digamos, mucho más restrictiva, pero pues mucho más segura, por lo menos frente a la administración, de decir, mire, si una vez hecho el test, más del 20% del valor en libros del SPAC, ¿cierto?, corresponde a la sociedad colombiana, siempre habrá enajenación. Y la interpretación de el inciso final, o más que el inciso, la parte final del parágrafo del artículo 319.8, que dice que la transferencia de los activos ubicados en Colombia, a los que se refiere este parágrafo, recibirán el mismo tratamiento de fusiones y decisiones adquisitivas, pues uno tendría que decir, entonces aplico el mismo tratamiento de fusiones y decisiones adquisitivas o reorganizativas. Como esto es reorganizativo, entonces aplico los mismos, pero pues es que aquí el costo no ha cambiado. Es más, la misma ley establece que aquí, si es una enajenación, y aquí sería una segunda enajenación directa, pues el costo es el costo de lo que se pague producto del proceso de fusión o decisión. Entonces no importa aquí los costos, los activos, si es activo fijo, no, pareciera que no es tan relevante. Y entonces, ¿de qué cambia que sea organizativa o adquisitiva, ¿no? ¿Y cuál es mi planteamiento? Que evidentemente en ese tema, 20%, pues pareciera razonable que en una fusión de esta naturaleza, donde Holco tiene un único accionista que es el SPAC, pues realmente no ha ocurrido enajenación. Entonces, esto es una típica reorganización adquisitiva, una típica fusión reorganizativa, y en consecuencia, pues no debería ser grabada como una venta indirecta. Claro, el tema es complejo por lo que plantea Adrián, ya estoy disposiciones a sociedades que están en una jurisdicción y no son residentes, las estoy extendiendo, pero creo que en la práctica eso es la venta indirecta para temas de abuso, y es extender efectos a no residentes respecto de enajenaciones de activos que realmente no están ubicados en Colombia. Entonces, yo creo que el tema vuela, y yo me sentí mucho más cómodo, me emocioné mucho más cuando Adriana me dice, no, Jairo, es un chileno grabado, es una organización, ahí no pasa absolutamente nada, y no hay una enajenación indirecta. Porque, reitero, o sea, la Holco tiene un accionista único que es la SPAC. Entonces, realmente, tener que grabar esta operación cuando realmente no ha ocurrido nada, como si fuera una enajenación, pues obvio que hace muy complejo el régimen. Y claro, desafortunadamente, pues como decía Mauricio también, la disposición es bastante confusa. Es confusa para fusiones extranjeras. Ahora es una disposición de fusiones extranjeras para ventas indirectas.